So we have 1, 2, 3, 6 now in-person committee members.
And 5 online. I have 7 online.
Yes, same here.
Okay. So we have quorum.
Yes, we do.
All right, good morning, everybody. This is Shane Kiso, your chair for the MAG Transportation Safety Committee. So I'm going to try to call this meeting to order. For those around the table, please turn on your microphone when speaking and please just mind your microphone throughout the morning here. And for those participating in Zoom, please remember to unmute your device before speaking, and then please mute yourself when you're not speaking, just to help enhance the positive experience for everybody this morning. Phone participants should use *6 to mute and unmute, and then remember *9 to raise their hand on the phone. We'll look to do a roll call here to see if we have quorum to meet, and I'll ask Mohammed if you want to do the roll call this morning. See if we...
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, member of the Transportation Safety Committee. Please respond yes if you're present. I'm gonna call by agency. Kerry Wilcoxon from ADOT. Shane Kiso, Patty Junction.
Present.
Raj Thoram from City of Avondale. John Willett from City of Buckeye.
Present.
Raymond Huang from City of Chandler.
Present.
Nick Russo from El Mirage.
Present. Good morning.
Chris Salas from Town of Florence. Aaron Pinkerton from Town of Gilbert.
Present.
Tony Abbo from City of Glendale. Matt Reek from City of Goodyear.
Present.
Kate Drunaski from City of Litchfield Park.
Present.
Carrie Osborne from City of Maricopa.
Present.
Mason Muradovich from Maricopa County.
Present.
Ryan Hudson from City of Mesa. Brandon Forey from City of Peoria. Carl Langford from City of Phoenix.
Present.
Tara Harmon from Pinal County. Jan Martin from Town of Queen Creek.
Present.
Sam Taylor from City of Scottsdale.
Present.
Mark Dorsey on behalf of Dana Oziani from City of Surprise.
Present.
Ellie Voluzin from City of Tempe.
Present.
Chris Salas from, I'm sorry, my apology. Robert Gray from ASU. Sergeant Michael Hunt from Department of Public Safety. Alberto Goodyear from GOHS. And Frank Sotil from Valley Metro. That concludes the roll call, Mr. Chair.
All right, does that maintain quorum then?
Yes, we have quorum.
All right, we'll move on to item 2, which is the call to audience. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on items that fall under MEG's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda or that are on the agenda for discussion and not for action. 15 minutes will be provided for the call to the audience agenda item unless the committee requests an exception to this limit. Members of the public who are attending in person may deliver their comments from the lectern in front of the room. You have up to 3 minutes to complete your comments. Staff will notify you when you have 1 minute remaining and when your allotted time has expired. I have not received any written request to speak cards for this agenda item. Are there any other members in the public here today who desire to speak on this item? Here, it doesn't look like it. So Mohammed or Margaret, do we have any other written comments that are coming in for this?
Mr. Chair, we received no comments for this item or any other item.
All right, thank you. We'll conclude with a call to the audience, move on to item 3, which is approval of the minutes for September 27th. Does any member of the Transportation Safety Committee have any comments or revisions to September 27th, 2022 meeting minutes? All right, I'm not hearing any revision. Do I have a motion for adoption of the September 27th minutes?
This is Nick Russo from El Mirage. I move to approve the minutes from September 27th.
Thank you, Nick. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, Ellie, thank you. All right, we have a first and second for the adoption of the minutes. We will get a voice vote for those here in the room first. So those in favor say aye. Those in opposed say nay. And if you abstain, please identify that you abstain. So we'll go around the room here first. Maybe we'll start over on this end. Okay.
Chris Honka, aye.
Ellie Velosan, aye.
Aaron Pinkerton, aye.
Shane here, I'll say aye.
Raymond Huang, aye.
Mark Dorsey abstain.
Sam Taylor, aye.
John Willett, aye.
All right, and Tony for minutes. And I'll ask maybe Margaret if you could do online for those virtually for approval of the minutes.
Sure, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee. Mohammed, it might be better for you to do that because I cannot see who's in person.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'm gonna do the roll call for the meeting minutes. Carrie Wilcoxon from ADOC. Nick Russo from City of El Mirage.
Aye.
Matt Reek from City of Goodyear.
Aye.
Kate Drunaski from City of Litchfield Park.
Aye.
Carrie Osborne from City of Maricopa.
Aye.
Mazen Muradovich from Maricopa County.
Aye.
Carl Langford from City of Phoenix.
Aye.
Jan Martin from Town of Queen Creek.
Aye.
Are there any committee members that I have missed? That concludes the roll call for the meeting minutes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, everybody. It looks like the minute meetings for 27th has passed. So we'll move on to the next item, which is number 5. You probably just noticed that we're skipping number 4, just for the interest of facilitating our extended meeting, we'll be moving the program manager's report to a little bit later. So we're going to be hopping over to item number 5. In 2019, MEG initiated the Road Safety Program, RSP, to be administered by MEG to supplement the state's Highway Safety Improvement Program, HISIP program, and assist with providing additional funding in the short term. MEG issued a call for project applications on August 1st, 2022 to request fiscal year 24 RSP funds. MEG staff will provide a brief review of the 2022 RSP programming cycle and project prioritization process. RSP applications will be provided an opportunity to present their projects today for the committee members and consideration and to complete the evaluation project. I guess I'll pass this to Margaret to get us with the review.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Transportation Safety Committee, welcome this morning. I'm going to go through these slides rather quickly. As you can see, we issued the call for projects on August 1st, and we're here today on November 15th to hear presentations and take possible action. Next slide, please. We received 28 applications from 12 MAG member agencies requesting a little over $10 million. Our amount available for funding in fiscal year 2024 is a little over $2 million. Next slide, please. A little bit of logistics for today's meeting. Each presentation will be provided 12 minutes total. That's 3 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. If I could confirm that we have Mike Kuzel, our safety program associate, in the room, Mohammed.
Yes, Mike Kuzel's present.
Okay, Mike Kuzel is going to help out today and be our timer. So when he raises his hand, you'll have 1 minute left for your presentation. And again, he'll raise his hand at 4 minutes into questions so that we can keep to our timeline as close as possible. We will provide a couple of breaks today in between the presentations. And of course, lunch will be from 12:03 to 1 p.m. And then we will move on to agenda item number 4, and then come back to this item to look at the project rankings, have any discussion, and take actions to recommend a list of projects for fiscal year 2024. Next slide, please. So before we get into the presentations, I thought it would be valuable for everyone, whether you're attending virtually or there in the room, to kind of go through the prioritization tool that was developed. This is from the presentation that was provided to the Safety Committee back in May. The prioritization tool includes quantitative elements or quantitative criteria and qualitative criteria. So what you can see here on the screen are the 6 elements for the quantitative criteria. And this is directly from data from the applications that was entered into the prioritization tool. So the benefit cost ratio and the crash rate are entered as they are noted in the application. The network screening had 3 elements to it, whether it was indicated, the network screening is indicated, the location or locations rank within that network screening, and the contributing crash factors. The other 3 are the project identification through study, as well as aligns with the MAG Strategic Transportation Safety Plan, and those are yes or no answers. And then the last one is the 5 equity elements, and this is simply if the location percentage fell at or above the regional average for each of the 5. Next slide, please. So these are the qualitative elements, and these are the elements that members of this Transportation Safety Committee were asked to evaluate for. You can see there's 5 criteria here. The first is the project description consistent with the proposed schedule that will lead to completion within 24 months. And what we were really asking you to look at here is to rely on your personal experience in the project delivery to assess likelihood of project to be completed within the 24 months. The second was, will the proposed safety countermeasures improve the existing roadway conditions? And these are things that really go beyond the benefit cost ratio and provides a clear connection to the proposed improvement with the study recommendations or other peer-reviewed studies. The third are if safe system principles and elements addressed within the application. Will the proposed project provide value to the surrounding community not easily captured through available data sets? So again, these are things that kind of go beyond what was the data that was included, such as benefit costs or crash rate in the application. And finally, does the application sufficiently describe the equity impacts of the safety improvements? So this would be a description that includes discussion on populations at or above the regional average as indicated in the application, a clear discussion on impact of the improvement on those populations, and includes relevant research related to the underserved population in the connection to the proposed improvement. So for these, they were scored from 0 to 4 points, and you can see here as an example on the second evaluated criteria from no improvement to exceptional improvement, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So from there, there's a quantitative score, which is the sum of each of those 6 quantitative elements weighted separately at 12.5%. In addition, the qualitative score is combined as the sum of scores from all the evaluators averaged for each of the 5 elements weighted separately of 5%. And those 2 scores are then added for a final score and then of course a ranking. So before we move on to presentations, are there any questions related to how these projects are scored and evaluated? All right, if none, we'll move right along. Next slide, please. So as you can see here on the screen, this is the order. You should also have attachment 2, which outlines the order of each presentation. We'll take a break at around 10:30 and again for lunch at about 12:03. And then after all the presentations are complete, we'll take another break before we come back and hear item number 4. So with that, I would like to introduce Hal Marin from the town of Cave Creek to provide our first presentation today. And on deck will be Carefree, the town of Carefree, Tom Darlington.
Oh, there we go. Now I've got a green light. My name is Hal Marin. I'm the town engineer and public works director for the town of Cave Creek. Those of you who have not ventured that far north, we have a road that is our main artery called Cave Creek Road. It connects between Carefree Highway and the town of Carefree. We have 3 projects we'd like to present today. This is the middle one. What we have is if you could turn to the next slide, please. What we have is a plan to put in 3 rectangular rapid flashing beacons with elevated crosswalks across the Cave Creek Road and this one is at Hilltop, which is sort of in the middle of the town, where we can have for pedestrian safety. Now, those of you who have not been up to Cave Creek, what we have is a very robust tourist trade during the winter months, where they come up and take advantage of our restaurants, our shops, and then if you've ever been to a Steelers, they call it Heinz Field West, unfortunately. We get about 3,000 people that show up at one bar for Steelers games. We also, right next to it, we have a area where we have bull riding 2 nights a week. So we get a lot of tourist trade that comes up there, and they tend to want to play the game of Frogger. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to slow down the traffic that comes through the town by putting in 3 of these elevated with the rapid flashing beacons, elevated crosswalks, and try and slow down traffic that we currently have about a 43 mile per hour, 85th percentile speed in a posted 30 mile an hour zone. So we have a lot of traffic that goes through this main artery, and then we have pedestrians that, and those two are not good mixes with each other. So we're trying to protect the pedestrians in a better manner. I do have, let's see, I think the next slide would show the advantages, which is what I've really gone through, that the average speed is 38 miles an hour in a 30, 43 mile an hour, 85th percentile speed. And we have had a pedestrian safety study. We've actually had 2 pedestrian safety studies done by MAG for the town, which we appreciate. One of them being the initial study, and one being a project where we refined projects and costs that would be to the best advantage of the town to implement. And the 3 projects I'm presenting today are the highest priorities. They all have high crash benefit ratios. And the 3 projects together have a cost benefit ratio of somewhere around, I believe it's 8.5 for the 8.5 for the rectangular flashing beacons by themselves, or 6.7 cost benefit ratio for just the elevated crosswalks. We'd like the methodology we have won't allow us to do both in the evaluation, but we want to do both so that we can get the most amount of safety for the pedestrians that come through.
All right, Hal, we'll have to stop you there. So
Okay.
make sure we have time for questions. So if we have any questions for Hal at this time.
Yeah, I guess I've got one question. You said that all 3 of these ranked high, but I thought one of the criteria was each jurisdiction that had multiple applications would do their own prioritization from the 3 projects.
We did. We ranked this number 2.
Number 2, thank you.
We ranked this number 2. We ranked the one in the bar area near Heinz West as the number 1 priority because it gets the most amount of pedestrian traffic crossing back and forth, and particularly at night. This one was number 2 because there's not a crosswalk in the general area, and number 1 is the one further west. But all 3 of them are to slow traffic down. One of our council members referred to this as a silent policeman because we don't have a police force. We use the county sheriff's office.
Yeah, Hal, this is Sam Taylor with the City of Scottsdale. I was just curious, did you guys do any research if other cities have had raised crosswalks at an intersection like this? I thought it might be a little concerning with it being at the end of a left turn lane. So cars would be accelerating to make their left turn, and then they'd have to go over.
At this location, there's not as much of a problem. The Hidden Valley Drive that you're looking at serves about a 20 townhome community. Viola Lane is to the south of it, which is a back door for people to come out of where the bull riding is. And particularly this is more of a daytime type of access point, and not so much a evening location. But we do have problems in that we have a lot of driveways and we don't have any street lights in Cave Creek. So the rapid flashing beacon would be better to highlight the fact that there's somebody crossing the crosswalk.
Thank you.
This is Ellie with Tempe. Can you just clarify? I'm a little bit confused. There's the 01, 02, and 03, Hidden Valley, Hilltop, and Roadhouse. And which was the ranking?
The ranking is the Roadhouse is number 1.
Okay.
Hilltop is number 2.
Okay.
And Hidden Valley is number 3.
Thank you.
And or is this okay? Again, this is Hidden Valley. So this is the number. I believe this is the 3rd. Sorry, with Hilltop and Hidden Valley. This is 2 of 3. We wanted to get the 2 on the edge of the town first, and then the 1 in the middle.
Okay.
So this is one that it's located as you come into town. And before you get into the heavy, right as you're getting into the heavy sort of touristy area.
So this one was ranked number 2.
This is ranked number 2. The 2 on the ends are ranked 1 and 2, and the one in the middle is ranked number 3. Sorry, when I have 3 of them, and I just had glanced at which one I was dealing with, and it's Hilltop, not, I thought it was Hilltop that I was doing first, but that's number 3. I grabbed the wrong one.
Sort of like speed reduction tools like that, the speed table or speed humps. Just wondering if you guys consider other countermeasures.
We have looked at other countermeasures. The ones in the study that were suggested were reducing this down to 1 lane in each direction, which is not, on a minor arterial, is not a good idea. And so we looked at the alternatives, and this was the one that was recommended in the traffic safety study as being the most productive for this. It would be designed for a 35 mile an hour speed. So it'd have longer ramps.
But your 85th percentile is 45 right now.
43 miles an hour is our 85th percentile speed right now.
All right, we'll conclude questions there and move on to the next presentation. Thank you much, Hal. for
Thank you
that.
very much.
Thank you, Hal. Next up, we have Mark Millstone from the town of Carefree. And on deck will be Glendale 58th Avenue and Bethany Home. Mark?
Thanks, Margaret and committee members. My name is Mark Millstone. I'm here to talk about 3 projects in Carefree. So if we go to the next slide, please. So the 3 project locations are all on Tom Darlington Road, which is the north-south road in the middle of that picture. Some of the things that we're going to add are RFBs, raised crosswalks with high visibility markings, dynamic speed feedback signs, traffic calming, which includes curb bulb outs, increased diameter of the roundabout, et cetera, and raised medians. So if we can go to the next slide, these are our 3 projects, and unfortunately, these are kind of hard to see, but I'll walk you through them. The uppermost one, which is in the intersection of the only 2 arterials we have, which is Cave Creek Road, as well as Tom Darlington Drive. Pretty basic 4-legged crosswalk system that we're going to put in there, including all the updated pet equipment such as RRFBs and advanced warning flashers, et cetera. So if we move down, the second location is Ridgeview Place as well as Hoe Road. This is kind of concerning. And you know, so let me backtrack a little. If you look to the right of Cave Creek Road, as well as the left of Tom Darlington Road, that's where we have a lot of multifamily units. So most of the people in this area will use either bikes or walk to the town center area, which is everything within the area we just talked about. One of the reasons they have to do that is because the large square building in the lower part of the photo is our post office. We do not have postal delivery. So everybody who wants to get their mail has to go to the post office daily to pick it up. Other activities include jazzercise and aerobics every morning. We have the farmer's market on Friday mornings. And then we have the larger events like the Veterans Day, the arts and wine situation. So I'll move along a little quickly. The intersection we're talking about, since we didn't get funding for 2 years in a row, we figured we had to do something. So we scrounged up some money, made improvements with our own staff, and we found out that the improvements didn't do what we expected them to do. Our unscientific study of the RRFBs showed that about 50% of the vehicles were not stopping when they were flashing. So we need to do more at that intersection. That would include the bulb outs. It would include another pet equipment device in the refuge area in the middle of the street, and the raised crosswalks. So that's very concerning. The lower one is Wampum Way. It's a poorly designed, I don't like to call it a roundabout. It's really a poorly designed rotary. Has static signs. We want to upgrade that to today's standards.
All right, Mark, we'll have to stop you there. So we have time for questions there.
Thank you.
All right, I'll open it up to the committee for any questions for Mark here.
Well, I guess I'll generally be asking this question each time. So as you give your, so this is Carefree 1 of 3. How do you rank this
Well,
out of your 3?
So as opposed to the way Hal did it, this is all one combined project. So all three of ours are part of the same project, including so that's where the total of the 405,000 comes into play. But if you ask me to rank them, I would go with, again, the Ridgeview Place and Hope intersection. I didn't get a chance to say the improvements we put in with staff were interim improvements. And it's like two different projects because we put spotlights for nighttime crosswalks. Those work phenomenal. They just light up the crosswalk. Everybody stops, no problem. During the day, because of the geometry limitations, so it's in the middle of a curve and it's also on the top of a vertical curve. And our existing, or the new ped poles we put out are in the existing foundation, so they're out at the periphery. So I think that's one of the reasons why people are having a hard time stopping, because they're not in their face. So we're really looking forward to putting curb bulb outs, remove or relocate the equipment to be right in the faces, essentially, of the traffic, and the middle ped equipment pole in the middle of the lane is going to go a long way to improving that situation. So that's definitely one. Secondarily, I think, is the Cave Creek Tom Darlington intersection. That's a big wide open expanse, again, 4 lanes in each direction. I know it's a hard activity for people to cross at that location. So that would be number 2. Number 3 would be Wampum Way, the so-called roundabout, which is in really poor design. And it has static signs. Not as many people use that since it's more like the outer limits of the town center area. So that's how we rank them. Thank you for that question.
Yeah. So you just mentioned though that or if you get funding for just one of these, because you said they're kind of all one project, do you need all 3 or can you get funding for one?
You know, we'd be happy. This is my 3rd year in a row to be here, and we were unsuccessful the first 2. So we'd be happy to get anything we can get. As you're aware, or maybe not, we don't have a real estate tax. So funding to do any kind of improvements is really tough for Carefree. So we'd be willing to take anything that the committee would give us. Thank you.
So Mark, this is Mazen Muradovich with McDowell. Can you hear me, please?
Not too well, actually.
Okay, I'm trying my best. But Mark, in regard to the projects that you applied for, the 3 of them, would your crash modification factors or reduction factors is a combination of all 3 countermeasures for the 3 projects?
So I'm sorry, I got some of that. Anybody else can help me here?
On your crash
Sorry. So yes, thank you for the question. The crash modification does include all 3 locations, yes.
All right, I do have a question from, I think, online or from the audience, I'm sorry.
Ellen Pankiewicz, City of Phoenix. So your yellow locations are rectangular rapid flashing beacons?
I'm sorry, the yellow, the drop tax?
Yes.
Yes, we are going to put in RRFBs at all those locations. We are also going to put in raised crosswalks. We're still looking at that issue. And then we're also going to put advanced flashing beacons. also.
And you mentioned that you do have an RRFP that drivers are violating?
Correct. That's the one I talked about at Ridgeview Place and Ho Road. It's Ridgeview Place on the left side, Ho Road on the right side. Yes, we've done an unscientific study. I go out there maybe once a month and at all different times push the button depending upon how close or how far away vehicles are, trying to see if it makes any difference. And roughly, pretty much every time we go out there, roughly 50% of the traffic does not pay attention to the sign or the flashing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll have to conclude the question session there. So appreciate it, Mark,
Thank you
for your time and presentation. All right, we'll move to the next item. And just reminder to presenters, the 3 minutes goes pretty fast, so I do appreciate it. And sorry if you feel like you're getting cut off. Well, we just have to make sure we manage our time very tightly this morning to fit all the presentations in. So we'll move forward to the next one.
That's the one for 58th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Next slide. So we are requesting funding for a hog to be placed at 58th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. We're in this area up here. We have, oh, by the way, this is the top priority for us. We have 4 projects. So this one and the next one I'm going to present will be 1 and 2, or really should be 1 and 1A, but that's okay, you know. So so moving forward with this. Go to the next slide, please. So we have a park, Monsell Park on the north, Monsell Park to the south. Unfortunately, there is no fence around the park. There's a lot of people that camp in those both those parks, especially the one on the north side. There's also a place on the north side of 58th Avenue, or sorry, on the east side of 58th Avenue, where the folks go to get food stamps. So there is a lot of uncontrolled crossings in that area. There has been a fatality. This is one of Glendale PD's top sites for pedestrian safety. I did have a meeting with them just last week, along with the folks at the Parks Department. So we are working with 2 of our other departments, you know, on this project. So we are moving forward with the design of this project. So I know there may be some concerns about timing, but you know, we are chugging along, you know, trying to get the design approved through council, and they're only meeting in December. And a signal was not warranted here. And talking with all the businesses on the south side, they don't have any objection if we even close that median just to close, you know, the opportunity for people to cross. Because one of the other things that you'll hear me talk about on the next application is that we need to put a fence. The folks in the park don't want the fence. The only other place I can put it is to put a median out there. So we will be looking at, like I said, installing a median on along the median part, or a fence along the median part to prohibit that crossing. So I know I have 13 seconds left. So there are 19 crashes in the area. Like I said, there was one fatal, you know, and you know, one incapacitating crash. So there you go. That was my reminder. So I will go ahead and take questions.
We'll make you timer there, Tony. Thank you, Tony. So open that up for questions for Tony.
This is Aaron.
Tony, this is Mazen. Can you hear me, Tony?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, hi, Tony. My comment or question is about the 4th application related to the median barrier on Northern Parkway cable barrier. And I think it's a good application. My question was regarding all new barrier installations should be MASH compliant so reference applicable CRFs in the clearinghouse. And I wonder if you're able to find any information on that.
Yeah, Mazen, I will be presenting that one later on. So, so if we can hold that question till later when I make my other presentation. So this is the one for Bethany Home Road.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you're done with your presentation.
No, this is just one of 4 presentations. So you'll still have me for a little while. We got a question from Aaron.
I'll wait.
Okay.
Regarding the fence, so I was curious because if you have attached sidewalks, the fence would be between the sidewalk and the park.
Okay, so that was my initial intent, was to put that, except our, you know, in the meeting that I had last week with Glendale PD and the Parks Department, they don't want that park fenced in, or they don't want the park to look like a fortress that's fenced in. They want to keep that openness, and they have plans to have some renovation done to the park. So they want it, they don't want to have a fence in there. So my next alternative will be to construct the medians. You know, whether I'm successful in getting 1 or the 2 applications, the medians will have to be built in order for me to put the fence on the median side, because that's the only way I'm going to discourage people from crossing mid-block.
Okay, so the fence would be, in essence, an enhanced median down the
Yes.
center. Thank you.
Any other questions for Tony?
Yeah, this is Ellie. For the hawk itself, is it, I'm assuming it would be on the park side of the intersection?
Right now, once again, there has been several discussions whether it's going to be on the park side or on the other side of the intersection. That hasn't been decided yet, and it depends on the amount of funding that we get. But it will more than likely be west of 58th Avenue.
Okay.
Another question, going back to your application, your schedule, you showed NTP not until March of 24, but then the project completing early 24.
I think as I stated, this is a high priority project for us. So we've moved the design forward, and we're starting, like I said, it's going to go to council in our December meeting. So I'm hopeful that the consultant Jacobs Engineering can start either late December or early January.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, if there's any other questions, if not, we'll move on to the next presentation, which I believe is Tony again.
Okay. I will go ahead and get started. You want to put the next one? As I stated, this one is just more of a continuation of the previous project on Bethany Home Road, east and west of 59th Avenue. There's 2-way left turn lanes, no raised median, and we have a McDonald's as well as a Circle K at the northwest and northeast quadrants, the northwest and southwest quadrants, which are the opposite sides of the park, with the McDonald's being on the north side, and on the east side, and the Circle K being on the west side of 59th Avenue. We have, like I said, quite a bit of people that are camping out in the park that are headed towards both those destinations, as well as crashes that are attributed to the left turn coming out of going out and coming into the Circle K. So we would like to add those medians to better control access on both sides of 59. So basically, this is more of a continuation of the past project. Go ahead to the next slide. And I do apologize, the northwest up there in the southwest corners, it should be. So, and so we'll get better control for left in, left outs, and be able along the park side to provide a barrier to prevent people from crossing. They'll either have to go to the Hawk on the on the east side of the park, or they're gonna have to go to the signalized intersection at 59th and Bethany Home Road. So with that, I'll go ahead and take any questions that anybody may have. And I see Aaron is right there on the button. Okay, Aaron.
Going to your schedule again, is this another one you've expedited moving forward?
Yeah, this is hey, Jacobs is gonna be doing both of these for us.
Thank you.
I guess I have a similar question. So this, you said this is 1A, this is 1B. Are they able to move ahead independently? Or are you going to, if you get funding for one, you'll fund the other one because they really need to be built together?
The 1A or the previous one is the higher priority. The 1B, we'll design it, and if we have funding, if we are lucky to get funding for both, we may advance those, but the city, if they have additional local funds that are available, we will definitely look at doing both of these.
I got questions. You guys reach out to the business and put in the median, how it affect their business operations?
We have not started working with the businesses yet. Like I said, we just got the consultant on board, but that's one of the activities that we will be having the discussion with them. As far as closing the median on 58th Avenue, the development on the south up there that you see next to the park, they're all in favor of it because all their access, most of their trucks are going in from the other side. So they would rather just us, curb the homeless activity up there and do whatever needs to be done. So.
Hey, Tony, this is Sam Taylor. I was just curious, I believe the city of Phoenix did something similar with a fence. I think it was on Camelback, somewhere around 20th Street. But I was wondering if you talked to them about the effectiveness of it, if people still try to cross and get stuck in the median, or if it's really good at prohibiting.
I have not, but that will be a good point for me to discuss with them as we continue the development on this project.
Thanks.
All right, I think we maybe have one more quick question if there is. If not, we'll move on. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go ahead, Margaret.
you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Just a quick reminder to those of you there in the room, if you could make sure that you unmute your microphone and speak into the microphone and state your name before you start asking questions, that would be greatly helpful to those of us that are attending virtually. And with that, we have Ward Stanford from the city of Avondale presenting on their Central Avenue and Holly Lane. And on deck will be Peoria for their citywide flashing yellow or left turn improvements. Ward?
Good morning, committee members. I'm here to present the application for Central Avenue and Holly Lane, requesting funds to install a pedestrian hybrid beacon or hawk beacon. We kind of came into this very late in the process and put together our applications. The location is adjacent to a school on Central Avenue. Central Avenue is about a half-mile long stretch of roadway with no pedestrian crossings except for at Western at the very north end. There's a fairly large community to the east that crosses the roadway each day. This was recommended in one of our Safe Routes to School studies. The characteristics out there, it's a 35-mile-an-hour street, 5 lanes wide, collector level with just under 6,000 vehicles. We do not have an immediate accident history in the immediate vicinity of this. There's, I believe, was 4 accidents along the roadway in the past 5 years. Our characteristic of it is we're, you might say, trying to get our safety program resumed. We felt like the past half a dozen years in Avondale, it's been quiet. Avondale's focus has been kind of on development and stuff. I've had an initial push of signal timing work, trying to get that brought to the forefront again with the addition of Raj Tatum. He's brought in the desire for safety. Our council at this particular location did ask us for a crosswalk. We do not feel we can put a simple crosswalk across that roadway. We discussed it with the school on doing a crossing guard controlled crosswalk. They have the funds and the will. They just cannot seem to hire staff at that low pay level. So they aren't at this time able to fund it. So with the Safe Routes to School study that was done there in 2020 and the recommendation of the Hawk, we have chosen to try and install a Hawk at that location. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Any questions for Ward?
I guess just you have 4 applications in. I know that we've got 10 million in ask and 2 million to disperse. So I think it's important to understand, again, 2 main questions. What is your ranking? And the second question, and this is for future presenters, can they be built? Can one of the 4, or do they have to be combined so that you need all of your ask? So what would you rank this? And then can this be built independently if you just receive this one application?
In our ranking, this falls as number 3. And each of our projects are fully independent of each other.
This is Sam Taylor, City of Scottsdale. Have you guys considered doing a staff school crossing here?
Could you say that again, please?
Have you guys considered doing a staff school crossing at this location instead of a pedestrian hybrid beacon? Just because if it's elementary students using the crossing location, they might not fully understand the way.
We did. We spoke to the school about having a crossing guard assisted crossing across this street. Being 5-lane wide, we don't want to do a white crosswalk. We want one that has some level of control to it. And they don't, they have the funding, they have the will to do it. They just cannot get people hired to fill these positions, even in their lower other staff positions. They're struggling to get those positions filled. This is one that makes almost the least amount of money as they see it because of the limited hours and the limited pay scale. So with that, we've not been able to move towards that. It was our initial desire to do something of that level.
Aaron Pedro Gilbert, a follow-up question with that. With your Safe Routes to School study, did you look at how many pedestrians in theory could be using it, would be using it?
I don't recall the count out of the study. We've been out and observed, and we see a couple of dozen kids that come through that area all up and down that street because there's no central point that they're being collected at this moment. So they're moving across the street anywhere up and down that roughly half a mile stretch. We're hoping to bring them up because there is sidewalks available all through the area to bring them up to that point and give them a crossing there by the school.
Thank you.
Any other questions out there? All right, thank you very much. And we'll move on to, looks like the City of Peoria.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to talk about 4 intersection improvement projects that address left turn crashes. Next slide, please. And so annually, the City of Peoria prepares a safety report that looks at warrants, pedestrian crossing locations, left turns, if we need flashing arrows, that kind of stuff. And last year, we looked at 12 intersections for flashing arrows. That was primarily based on crashes, but also resident requests, council requests, that kind of stuff. Out of the 12, the city recognized that the first 7 we need to do immediately. And so the first 7 we're going to address with local dollars. We can't wait for this application process. But the next 4 is what we're looking at on the board. The next 4 addresses 4 locations that we have left turn crash concerns. And specifically, let me address each one. I got 2 more minutes. The first one's 87th and Olive. And so at that location, we don't have left turns at all.
And so our proposal is put in flashing yellow arrows. To do that, we need a longer mast arm because the outer head straddles the through and left turn lane. We got to get the left turn arrows over the left turn lane. So there's infrastructure improvements needed to make that happen. And once we implement that, we're going to go to a time of day protection, meaning that it'll be protected left turns during the peak hours, and then we'll do a permissive or a protected permissive during off peaks. The second one I want to talk about is 91st and Country Club. That one actually in our study doesn't really recommend flashing out arrows, but what they saw was we have a negative left turn offset because of the existing raised median. So this project is recommending cutting back that median, create that positive left turn when you got opposing left turns, so you can see around each other. And so we're not proposing left turn arrows, we're proposing median improvements on that one. The third one, Deer Valley and Lake Pleasant Parkway. This is similar to 87th Avenue and Olive, and that we are proposing flashing yellow arrows. Again, infrastructure improvements because the master is not long enough to go over to the left turn lane. And so, and we will, once we put the, I'm getting feedback. Can someone mute their mic? That's okay. Okay, that helps. Now, someone who's virtual, can you mute your mics?
Mr. Chair, member of the Transportation Safety Committee, it seems like Mazen Murad Beach having some feedback from the virtual participation.
All right, well, I'll get through this. I got 30 more seconds. So Deer Valley and Lake Pleasant Parkway would be similar to 87th and Olive. We'll do a time of day protection with the flashing yellow arrows. That's what we do in Peoria. We look at the peak hours when there's no gaps for permissive left turns. We protect it. And then during the off peaks, when there's more gaps in the main thoroughfare, we allow that permissive movement. And the last one is Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant Parkway. It is an ADOT TI. However, we maintain the signals. And there, we're not proposing permissive left turns at all. We want to go protected only for the left turns because there's some confusion with that TI. And we think it'd be best just to protect the left turns altogether, especially as traffic increases on Lake Pleasant Parkway with more and more development. The gaps won't be there. The confusion's there. And so it is in everybody's best interest we do that. Now, I guess I want to answer one question that I received after, when we received the application and feedback. The one question I was asked is, why do we have 4 projects as one and why not separate it as 4 different projects? And that's a fair question. And I would answer that in that when you do 4 separate projects, you got 4 separate applications, you got 4 separate JAAs, you got maybe 4 separate contractors. And when you do smaller projects, your cost for everything goes up. It's in our intent to package this all together as one bigger project and try to leverage a bigger project to get a better cost from our contractors to be able to construct all these projects. And so that's why we packaged it together as one bigger project. It's 4 smaller ones as one bigger project. And that's the answer to that particular question. So I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions for Chris?
This is Ellie from Tempe. Do you anticipate any pushback from any of the businesses or residents adjacent to those intersections?
And that's a good question. I do not anticipate pushback because if we do protect the left turn, it's a time of day protection, and we'll point to the crashes and when they occur during the peak hours and say we're doing it for safety, and then we'll open it up in the evenings and off peak. We have implemented this at many locations in the city. I want to say a dozen, and we have not received any negative feedback, only positive, including from the elected officials. They like this type of technique for protected, for flashing yellow arrows using time of day protection. A good question.
Aaron Peters, Gilbert, following up with that. Have you done a safety evaluation of the time where you have it on and off?
And thank you, Aaron. Yes. So anytime we do a time of day protection, in addition to this overall citywide study, we'll do a specific intersection study that looks at the time of crashes and the volumes and how many gaps we have. And then we'll come up with a recommendation for that time of day protection. And we prepare a memo that's sealed
by our internal staff, because anytime we change our timing, we're going to have a sealed documentation that says this is why we changed it. This is the rationale. This is the crashes. So all of these, once we put in the flashing yellow arrows, we will do another assessment. Either we'll farm that out or we'll do it in-house and have a sealed study that will make that recommendation. The only caveat to that is if I have a corridor, like say at Thunderbird Road, I try to stay consistent with the time of day protection, meaning that one intersection will have, say 83rd and Thunderbird should have the same time of day protection as 75th and Thunderbird, because I don't want to confuse the motorists too.
Okay, because U of A just did a recent study that showed it created confusion. That's why I wanted to.
So, and I was asked, what kind of sign do you put up and that kind of stuff, and we debated it thoroughly. But once you put it in and you identify there's a change in traffic patterns, the motorists catch on pretty quickly.
So you have a sign that it has different timing?
No, we don't put up the time. We just say there's
This
a
is the
change.
change. Okay.
So be aware there's a change. And then we will, in that particular council district, we'll have the email blast from the council member saying, we made these changes at these intersections. If you have questions, please call our department.
Thank you.
Chris,
Chris,
just
this is Mazen. Chris, this is Mazen with McDowell.
Go ahead.
If you could please just explain to me how many years of data was crash annual average based on your application, on your benefit cost ratio, please?
If I understood the question correctly, how many intersections we're trying to address with this one application would be 4.
No, how many years of data was considered for the average annual crash average?
And so when we do our internal assessment, we look at 5 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tony, one more.
as the city of Peoria, just out of curiosity, gone after HSIP for these type of projects?
And that's a good question. We don't go after HSIP for, say, smaller flashing yellow arrow projects. We do go after HSIP if it's a traffic signal. In fact, we just have one that's a HSIP funded intersection for a traffic signal. We're looking for a certain funding threshold to go after HSIP, and can we wait that duration, because HSIP takes a long time. So, for this application, RSP, this is a 24 application, maybe we get installed 24, 25. HSIP could take 5 years from now. Can I really wait 5 years to implement these improvements? So for this, no, it wasn't an option.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thank
We'll
you.
close question. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to, I believe it's Ward again with Avondale. Oh, okay.
And it looks like Raj was going to present this, Mr. Chair. And on deck, we have Chandler for Arizona Avenue and Warner.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Raj Tautam. I'm here to present one of our HAWK project. This is at El Mirage Road and Pima Street. This countermeasure was proposed as part of a Safe Route to School program. In fact, actually, the subdivision on the west side of the El Mirage Road was left out in the study. There's quite a few homes in that area. There's this new development coming in that location. What we observed is that kids from the neighborhood are crossing that 5-lane minor arterial randomly. There's a school on the east side of the El Mirage Road. We had a fatal in early this year, January sometime. There's a school kid coming from east to west at the nighttime. He was hit, and it was a fatal serious accident. So we try to address these issues by installing a HAWK at that location. We have had quite a few requests from the residents in that area after the accident. We observed the traffic in that area. The 85th percentile is around 45 miles So we have more demand coming in the future. So we definitely want to install some sort of a countermeasure that definitely protects the kids, school kids in that area. So that I'm open for questions.
All right, any questions for Raj?
Just a quick question.
Tony?
Can you elaborate a little bit on the kid or
He was actually heading from east to west. I mean, like he lives on the west side of that doorway. He crossed that road every day to go back and forth to school. It was 6 p.m. I mean, like he was crossing from that area.
Mazen, can you mute your mic, please?
So it was at dark time. I mean, it was crossing the road and got hit. It was a school kid. I mean, like we observed later on. I mean, like there's in the mornings there's quite a few kids crossing to go to that school. So that's why. And we looked at the safe route to school report, and for some reason it was outside the study limits. But that area we observed that kids from that neighborhood are going to that school and then crossing that minor arterial.
When you said it happened during dark hours,
Yeah.
Is the street lit?
It's lit. Yes, we have enough street lights in that area. Yes, there's two street lights right at that intersection, but the traveler didn't see it. Actually, there was one vehicle stopped for him, and the traveler behind him didn't see the kid crossing and hit the person.
This is Raymond with China. You mentions in crossing is in morning and so it's outside of safe route. So didn't consider crossing guard or any discussions?
It's this crossing area is beyond the school frontage. It's almost like a 3/4 mile away from the school. And like Ward mentioned, throughout the city, we have staffing issues in the school district. So we are pretty much leaning towards installing control crosswalks for kids throughout the city, where there is yellow crosswalk or staffing cannot be provided.
Aaron Perrington with Gilbert. Checking because did you look at how many pedestrians were crossing there?
As part of the study, the consultants looked at it and we observed the crossings willy-nilly after that. But our goal is to provide a control crosswalk for these kids, but not based on the number of pedestrians crossing the street.
This is Sam Taylor with the City of Scottsdale. One thing with your application, it seemed like it focused primarily on the school and school crossings, but it also looks like it could be an improvement just for that community there, for people who live in the houses on the west side, getting over to that park on the east side. So you could use that also as partial justification.
Correct. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Yeah, it will. These crossings will definitely help other residents in that area too.
All right, thank you, everyone.
This is Mazen, Maricopa County.
Okay, is that on?
Yeah, Raj, just a question on your application. Why is there no reference to the benefit cost ratio on that particular one?
We actually left out that fatal accident. We considered the crash history from 17 to 21, I believe, and this accident happened in early 2022. But we did mention that in the application that there was an accident at that location, fatal accident at that location.
All right, thank you, Raj. I think we'll wrap up the questions on that, and we'll move on to the next presentation from Chandler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and on deck would be Queen Creek. They're townwide feedback signs.
All right, Raymond?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for and good morning. My name is Raymond Huang with City of Chandler. Today I have one project to present. The locations Arizona Avenue and Walnut Road. It's really busy intersections. There are several large retail center and restaurant and a QT right next to these intersections. The AADT is a little bit over 57,000 last year. We recorded 170 crashes between 2017 to 2021. It consistent ran top 10 in City of Chandler for crashes. It was top 50 in MAC regions in 2020. Last year, MAC sponsored a RSA for these intersections. During the RSA, they identify a few issues and make some recommendations. One of the issues is there are high left turn and angle crashes. It was recommended to convert on Arizona Avenue northbound and southbound double left turning, and also modify the left turn facing. We have internal discussions with our traffic team and also with our capital improvement project team, and we recommended to move forward with the recommendations. So the scope is to convert northbound and southbound Arizona Avenue to double left turn. And then with that, we need to extend the Mass Am. Also, we are going to relocate some of the pet button to comply with ADA. We don't need to have a extra right away to do the work, and also utility location relocation is not needed. It just to restripe, and also replace some of the stem concrete in the median. The request fund is a little bit over 260,000, and with a BC ratio of 14.7. With that, enough for any question.
Thank you, Raymond. Any questions for Raymond?
This is Ellie with Tempe. I have a question. Your application says that you'll be changing from protected permissive to protected only during certain times of day. Does that mean there will be a time of day where there's permissive left turns with a dual left turn lane?
So currently it's a flashing yellow, so it's protected permissive. So during the for these applications, during the peak hour, we're gonna change it to protected only. And because of the operations, Arizona is a really heavy traffic. With the dual left turn, that will clear some of the queue. If we continue with just whatever we are facing right now, and it's gonna back up the whole operations in Arizona Avenue.
I might be wrong, but I don't know of any places in Maricopa County where we have permissive left turns with dual left turn. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Oh, do you? Okay.
I think Chandler has 2 or 3 as well.
Just a clarification, when you're saying during the non-peak, so you're really just talking right after the peak AM and PM peak, you're not talking about nighttime where you just go to flat, or permissive?
Yeah, that so we have not moved too much forward with the design yet. Normally we will still continue the protected permissive even after that, but this is to protect it only during
The only concern I have is going to be the negative offset, that could be created when you have a dual left during the day. I mean, I can understand when you have gaps at nighttime and you're sitting at a dual left and you see that no one's coming, but during the day you may want to reconsider that if you're successful, whether you're successful in getting this or not, if you implement that, you may want to give that some additional thought.
Aaron Picture with Gilbert. Maybe this is more for Mag, but the local match, I thought there was a minimum.
Yeah. So there was a question about looking in our design. The RSA give a conceptual design in these applications, and basically we just take the conceptual design and push it into the final. And because of we have enough right away, if you it wasn't really clear on this map, there's a bus dedicated lane. So we speak with the transit people, we don't really need it for the northbound. So we take that bus lane, kind of shift all this lane to create that extra left turn. So it's not much of design per se for these projects. That's why on the design dollar, it's really, minimal. And all we need is some drafting for the signing and striping plan, and in-house staff would be able to do it. So that's why we don't really have a lot on that end for matching. And it's, the scope is contingent striping, and the equipment is a mass am and some lenses. That's why you see the dollar typically lower than, application like that.
Thank you. I didn't realize the dedicated bus lane was going away, so that helps. Thank you.
All right, we have time for any last question for Raymond. All right, I don't think I'm seeing any or hearing any, so thank you, Raymond, for that. And Margaret, I'll let you know let you say where we're at. And it looks like we're at Queen Creek.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I apologize for that. Yes, we have Marshall Regal from Queen Creek, and then on deck will be Scottsdale on their McDowell Road, Scottsdale Road to Hayden Road improvements.
All right, thank you, Margaret. All right, do we have Marshall?
Meg, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you now.
Okay, the screen indicates I'm muted still. That's good. Yep. So our first project, and the number of the project is our priority. So 1, 2, and 3 are the order of preference, just to clarify that. And so the first project, if you can go to the next slide. This project is the installation of speed feedback signs at intersection and at school locations. And it's CREST modification ID 6886. So there are a lot of undeveloped lands along these arterials that enter the town as we develop, and this causes a lot of speeding on these roadways. And so our experience in town is that these feedback signs really do get the attention of drivers where we put them out. We have noticed that it does get people to lower their speeds as they come in from the more rural areas, and that's really an issue that we have in our town as it gets developed and transfers from agriculture to residential. We conducted a school zone sign inventory study that was recently completed, and one of the outcomes of the study is that flashing feedback signs are needed in these school zones for schools that are located on these arterial streets. In addition, these are simple projects from the standpoint of federal clearances and potholing and electric service connection. So that's how we came up with the cost of these things. Additionally, we just went from being under the Maricopa County Sheriff. We now have our own police department, and we expect that these speed reduction signs will greatly assist the police department in addition to the police department presence to reduce the speeds. And this improvement obviously benefits all populations and all modes of transportation. So you can see on this slide the schools that are going to get the flashers. So if there's any questions.
Yep, we'll open it up for questions. Any questions for Marshall?
This is Aaron with Gilbert. Quick question. Trying to pull up your application. Couldn't find it right off, but the design cost just seems, what's all going in the design cost if it's just feedback signs? I feel like I'm missing something on the why it's so high.
Marshall, are you still there? We can't hear you.
Yes, I'm here. I honestly can't answer that question right now.
All right, any other questions for Marshall?
This is Carl Langford, City of Phoenix. A question for you, Marshall. I'm curious how long you guys have had your existing speed feedback signs and how effective they've been over time. We've found that they're effective kind of for a very short period, and after a while, drivers just ignore them. So just curious if you guys, how long and what you guys have seen over time.
We've had speed feedback signs at certain locations out there for well over 5 years. And maybe it's just the difference in the driver population, but we find that they continue to grab the driver's attention and do reduce the speeds. I can't explain why we're having that kind of success and Phoenix isn't, but that's what we're noticing is that it's not a short term. And I know what you're getting at is a lot of times you make traffic control changes and you get an immediate response, and then people sensitize, so to speak, and they just go back to their old driving mode. So we have not seen that with these speed feedback signs.
Glad to hear. Thanks for the feedback.
Any more questions for Marshall? All right, hearing none or seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you, Marshall, for that. All right, we have Scottsdale up next. Is that Sam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So this is going to be application 2 of 2 for us at the city of Scottsdale. The title is McDowell Road Signal Improvements. Next slide. So the location is McDowell Road in South Scottsdale, from Scottsdale Road to Hayden Road. It includes 5 signalized intersections. It was the result of a MAG-funded roadway safety assessment. And in that RSA, we found that all of the signals actually within this corridor don't meet our current standards for signal heads placement. So basically the premise of this project is to install additional signal heads. Ideally, what we'd like is to have a signal head above each through lane. And then we also, part of this project, will install reflective backplate taping, and then some of the signal heads will also be repositioned. Next slide. This project also includes some relining of pedestrian ramps. That doesn't have a crash modification factor, but we wanted to accomplish that with this project as well. So that's within the cost estimate for this project. There will also, I think it requires 2 mast arms being replaced with longer mast arms, but most of it will be repositioning and adding additional signal heads. And, yeah, the crash modification factor for this addresses all nighttime crashes, so that's what we're trying to address with this. And then I'll take questions.
Thank you, Sam. Any questions at this time for Sam?
This is Ellie in Tempe. Do any of your intersections with additional signal heads need longer mast arms?
Yes, I don't remember which one off the top of my head, but there are two of them that I believe we will need longer mast arms for.
Any other questions for Sam? Raymond?
It's Raymond with Chandler. Normally, the reflected black place tape, those the application used in a rural area. Have you guys done any study that effective in more urban areas?
Thanks for the question. We haven't studied it ourselves, but we are going off of the crash modification factor that they are effective in all areas. So as far as I know, they should be effective in all areas, but we haven't studied it ourselves.
Any other questions for Sam? All right, thank you, Sam. We'll move on to the break, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee, let's take a quick 5-minute break. I have 10:28 here, so coming back here in 5 minutes. And then on deck after the break will be Gilbert with the Higley and Guadalupe Road project. Mr. Chair and those attending online, we have about 1 minute to get back.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, everyone, about ready to get going here. All right, next up is, let's see, it's an application for Gilbert.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Hope you're all back from break. So this is our first part. We have 2 projects presented today. This is our number 1 priority of our 2. You can go ahead and advance the slides. So it's Higley and Guadalupe. This is surrounded by, we have a heavy commercial right there on the corners. Variety of different things, little medical center, women's care, dental, more of a health complex there. In each of the 4-mile quadrants on each of the corners is a different school. In each of those, Gilbert does have a high level of charter in different schools, so a lot of driving to these schools. So this intersection sees quite a high volume of vehicles coming through it. You have the park, or it's not the park, the library is just off the screen to the west, and also contains that's a riparian preserve, so heavy walking, biking trails. So you can see right there to the west, the north-south trail, just barely off the screen to the south is the east-west trail. So the trails don't kind of impact it, but you have people driving over to the riparian preserve or a couple of different park and ride places to bike as well. So it's just kind of has become more of a hub location at intersection. Go ahead and advance the slide, please. So the improvements we're looking at is the left turns. This intersection has 48 left turn crashes in the past 5 years. Interesting enough, it was distributed pretty well equally between 10 and 12 crashes at each location, just about. We also saw a 55 rear end crashes. A lot of those have to do with, if I remember, the northbound and southbound lanes. That left turn queue actually extends past the storage length. So for the improvements here, we're looking to do a negative left turn offset on all 4 segments, pulling back the bull nose and putting your carrot there to get people to shift over to be able to see. We've seen quite a bit of success in the town with doing those improvements, and then extending the storage queue length for the northbound and southbound lanes. This was, as far as crash a ranking, this is the 6th within the whole town. Far as our prioritization of signalized intersections, that takes into all improvements, just looking at the intersection, what can be done to improve the safety. That's based off of a prioritization of the number of lanes, traffic volume. I'm drawing a blank on the other factors in there, level of service, posted speed limits, and a few other weighted factors. Okay, I think my time is up.
Thank you, Aaron. So we'll open it up for questions for Aaron.
This is Raymond with Chana. I know the town of Gilbert done quite a bit of the offset for the last few years or so. Have you guys done a post study for how effective those reduce the crashes in terms of number of crash rate?
not official, where we haven't documented yet. That's kind of on the back burner to do it one of these times. I know the one we did with the RSP 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that one we have kind of evaluated and it has shown a decrease in crashes. I can't remember another one we looked at. I want to say it wasn't Riggs, Gilbert or Warner and Ray. We've also seen some decrease in crashes, but I haven't done an official study on it yet looking at it.
Any other questions out there for Aaron?
This is Ellie from Tempe. It looks like there may be some situations where extending that left turn storage is going to cut off access from left turns into businesses. Is there any public involvement?
Are you talking about the north end?
I'm talking about the Walgreens.
Or where?
It looks like a Walgreens there on the corner, but extending that median will cut off that access. into that
So it'd
driveway.
be the north-south, which is already cut off.
Oh, never mind.
Any other questions for Aaron? All right. Hearing, seeing none. Thank you, Aaron, for that presentation. We'll move on to the next one, which looks to be Goodyear.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have Chris Bridges attending virtually for the town of Goodyear, and then on deck we'll have Blendell for their 53rd Avenue and Camelback project.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Great, thank you so much. So today I'm presenting the Vineyard Avenue Curve Safety Improvement Project. And if you go to the next slide, please. So the location of the project is actually adjacent to Estrella Mountain Regional Park, next to the river. It's about a mile and a quarter-ish from Estrella Parkway. It's a pretty low volume road with not a lot of obviously residents in the area, carrying about 1,700 vehicles per day. But with such a low volume, having the amount of crashes that we've had here were really what kind of brought attention to it. So looking at this, we wanted to upgrade, even though the signage out there today may meet MUTCD, we wanted to really enhance the awareness to the driver that there is a curve in this area. So we want to bump up the pavement markings, the signage, add some transverse rumble strips to get vehicles to slow down as they're approaching the curve. And also the fatality and one of the serious injuries occurred at dusk and at night. So we want to add some lighting. If we go next, please. So this is the plan overall. And as I mentioned, it's a very low volume, low speed roadway, even though people probably drive much faster on it than they should. But for such a low volume, we were very concerned with the type and number of crashes. And this is actually a high priority of the city council to be able to address this issue. And just to add on, one of the questions that I saw from the preliminary review was it's hard to really tie down, like, is there a disadvantaged population in this area with no homes being in the area? But if you went or looked further to the south and the east, Indian Springs community, if you continued around this curve to the south onto 143rd Avenue, would take you to that area. This is a primary access for them. I went to the US DOT site that you would use to determine historically disadvantaged, and they basically meet all of the categories there. So while this isn't necessarily immediately in that portion of the community, it is the primary access for those folks to access, and this would be a very good positive upgrade for safety in the area. We did also submit for an HSIP project, so you maybe saw this previously, that I believe Matt presented to the group. So with that, I'll close and try to address any questions if there are any.
Any questions? Go ahead, Tony.
This is Tony Abo, City of Glendale. Your cost seems a little bit high. Can you can you break down the cost for us or give us a little idea of why the cost is so high or the estimated amount that you're requesting, 414,000? Can you break that down a little bit for us?
I will do my best, but Matt's also on the line. He could probably help me out here. But Matt, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can. This is Matt Rigg with the City of Goodyear. Thanks for the question, Tony. So we have 14 roadway lights that we're proposing with the project, and to get power to this area, we have to gain power from a fairly far away location located west of this project. So that's where the majority of the cost is, with the roadway lighting and then tying into a power source.
Have you guys given any consideration to some solar light poles in the interim?
Not at this time. We have not looked into any solar lighting, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, hearing, seeing none. Thank you, Chris, for that.
Thank you.
On to the next presentation there with Glendale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have Tony again for the 53rd and Avenue, and on deck is Phoenix, Thunderbird, and 68th Street.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tony. Get your mic there, Tony.
Good morning. This is Tony Abo, City of Glendale. Presenting 53rd Avenue and Camelback Hawk project. Can we go to the next slide? Basically, we're looking for a pedestrian hybrid beacon at this location. This is our third priority project. This one just barely missed the cut last year. Can we go to the next slide? Or in the last go around with the RSP funding, we were just right below the line where it cut off. So the city has proceeded with doing the design on this project. We are at the 60% design. Jacobs is doing the design on this one also. And we're heading towards the 90% design. The city limits are basically at the curb and gutter on the south side of Camelback Road. So we're working with our partners at the city of Phoenix. We hope to have this as a shovel ready project by 2023. And we have quite a few crossings in the area. There's Dow Corning on the north side. There's a plasma center. Also on the northeast corner of that intersection, there's 2 bus stops, and there's quite a few crossing. There was a fatality about 2 years ago in this area. So the request is for a little over 460,000, and we are putting the local match for design. So with that, I'll take any questions that any of the members may have.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions for Tony?
Oh, thank you. Then I yield my minutes to the city of Phoenix.
All right, hearing, seeing none. Thank you, Tony. And I guess we'll move on to Phoenix up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Menon Panketz from the city of Phoenix, and on deck is Scottsdale, Hayden, and Indian Bend. Maylin?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mylin Pinkiewicz. I'm the pedestrian safety coordinator for the City of Phoenix. I am presenting right now one of 5 HAWK projects that the City of Phoenix has applied for. They're all independent of each other and in different parts of the city. This first one is Thunderbird Road and 68th Street. If I can go to the next slide. This is a location that is currently a school crosswalk. There is an established school zone at this location. We do see a high number of children crossing to the elementary school that's north of the site. Right now, the city has completed an inventory of all of our uncontrolled crosswalks within the city. This location ranks 5 for us out of 62 uncontrolled locations that we have in high arterial roadways. So we are looking forward to signalizing this location with a pedestrian hybrid beacon. And if I can go to the next slide. We want this location signalized. This is a 40-mile-per-hour roadway. We have received some concerns from the school crossing guard regarding drivers disregarding the 50-mile-per-hour zone. I do want to point out that when that zone is not established, the crosswalk remains uncontrolled. So people are crossing at this location without the assistance of a lower speed limit or a crossing guard. And we have received several requests from the community also to signalize this location. Is there any questions?
Any questions? Sam?
Yeah, this is Sam Taylor with City of Scottsdale. I was looking at your application and you guys didn't have a benefit cost ratio. I think the Hawk actually has a benefit cost ratio for all crash types, but it's small, but it's something that you could use if there are any crashes there, not just pedestrian.
We do not have pedestrian crashes at this location. We do have a lot of concerns from the community regarding crossing here. And we were instructed not to use all crashes, only use the pedestrian crashes. We do not have pedestrian crashes at this location. However, in terms of risk, width of the road, the speed of the roadway, and the fact that this crosswalk is uncontrolled, it does rank top 5 for the city of Phoenix to try to signalize.
This is Raymond with Chandler. So my understanding, they already have crossing guard in this location with the 50-mile school zone, and they just violated it.
Correct. 15-mile-per-hour school zone. This is only during the times that the school is in session, and in the morning and evening. We have specifically talked to a crossing guard who said that she had a really hard time setting up the portables in the morning. And then we do talk to seniors in the community who have stated that when that crosswalk does not have the 50-mile-per-hour school zone, it is very difficult to establish themselves in the crosswalk.
So any conversation with PDs that kind of turn up the law enforcement?
We do have several conversations with PD about a variety of school crossings and honestly other locations. Unfortunately, our PD force is kind of low staff at the moment. We are hoping to get more assistance from them, but in general, because of the characteristics of the roadway, we would feel like it would be best to provide a safe crossing and signalized crossing for pedestrians.
Mark Dorsey, City Surprise. I may have missed it. Out of your 5 projects, how did you prioritize this?
Yeah, I did not mention that. This one, in terms of the 5 we have included for City of Phoenix, ranks number 3 in our prioritization list. It does not have crashes, and I will be presenting others that do.
Any final questions, comment? All right, thank you very much for that presentation. We'll keep on moving along to, looks like Scottsdale up next, and Sam, looks like you again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And next on deck would be Phoenix again for their 43rd Avenue in Lamar. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So this is our application 1 of 2, actually. It's at the intersection of Hayden Road and Indian Bend. We're doing left turn improvements there. So yeah, this location is in central Scottsdale, just west of the 101, near Talking Stick Resort. It is ranked number 21 in crash frequency and 54 in crash rate throughout the city in terms of our signalized intersections. The project description, we're going to be adding dual left turn lanes for the northbound and southbound direction and converting from protected phasing to protected only left turn phasing. So over the years, the city has received numerous different complaints, requests for protected only left turn phasing for the northbound and southbound direction at this intersection. There's high turning movements. At times, we've observed the queues for northbound and southbound extending back through to the through lanes for northbound and southbound. We've also conducted an internal study, left turn warrant analysis, that identified that it did meet our crash criteria for installing protected only left turn phasing. And it also met our volume criteria when you look at left turn volume with opposing through volume. We also did a synchro analysis that revealed that the queue lengths would extend our available storage if we were to convert to protected only left turn phasing. So that's why we're going to be adding a second left turn lane. And then this will also require some modifications to the signal poles on the northeast corner and southwest corner. That's it.
All right, thank you, Sam. Open it up for questions for Sam.
Sam, this is Ellie in Tempe. Do you know that you won't need to take, can it be accommodated with the median, or do you need to take any right of way?
Yeah, that's a good question. We do have space luckily within the median, so it's a good project in that sense.
Right, the receiving bound, the receiving lane, you only have two up there. If you have, do you have any truck traffic in that area? I mean, like usually for truckers, it's really hard to make that left in with only two receiving lanes.
That's a good question. We didn't consider truck traffic, but definitely look into that. I should mention, we do have southbound no right turn restriction because of sight distance, and then there's a multi-use path that goes along the west side of Hayden. So we get a lot of bicyclists crossing that crosswalk. So that should help with that concern.
All right, any further questions for Sam Scottsdale? All right, thank you, Sam. We'll move on to Phoenix once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and after Phoenix, on deck is Queen Creek for their townwide flashing yellow arrow project.
Thank you. This is Mylan Pinkiewicz again with the City of Phoenix. This is another Hawk project for 43rd Avenue and Lamar Road. If you can go to the next slide. I do want to point out that this location ranks top 3 in the City of Phoenix in terms of things that we have not been able to find funding for. And it is our top priority in terms of the 5 projects that we are including here for our MAG RSP. This intersection is south of Glendale Avenue. And if I can go to the next slide, we have had 2 fatal pedestrian collisions. There is an additional serious injury collision that occurred further north, approximately 430 feet south of the signalized intersection at Glendale. This location has a concentration of multifamily apartments. There's convenience stores and also a food city that attracts a lot of that pedestrian traffic. I know that one of the questions that we have received for this location is the fact that pedestrians could use the signal. And the reality of it is for many of these locations where we have multifamily across from convenience stores or grocery stores, we do not observe pedestrians using the signal. Here, a straight shot to the grocery store is less than 0.1 miles, but when we want pedestrians to do the appropriate thing and go to the signal to use it, it becomes a quarter-mile journey, and even more when you consider the return back home or back to where people are going. So we do have a cost-benefit ratio of 55.3. That additional injury north of this location was a serious injury for a pedestrian. They have happened at low lighting conditions. However, because of the level of crossings that we see here from people accessing the grocery store, we do believe that a signalized crossing would be a better option. Do you have any questions? Yeah, I do want to add as well, this location, 69% of the area residents are from a minority background, and we have found through ASU specific research that in these locations, we are twice as likely to get serious injuries relating to pedestrian crashes.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? All right, I think we're moving right along. Thank you very much. All right, I think it's Queen Creek up next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have Marshall Regal again for Queen Creek, and on deck is Avondale, and Palm.
Go ahead, Marshall. when you're ready.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Our next project is to upgrade, if we go to the next slide, is to upgrade our signal cabinets to allow for time of day protected and protected permissive left turn functionality. So this falls under crash modification factor 9668, changing left turn phasing from protected permissive to flashing yellow arrow. This particular application is looking at 11 intersections. You can see from the map they're in the older part of Queen Creek, primarily along Rittenhouse. So a lot of the problem with the cabinets is that there are not enough channels available. So the cabinets have to be changed out to accommodate the number of channels required to do the time of day protected or the flashing yellow arrow. So the town's standard is to put up the mast arms and position all our left turn signal heads, give us the opportunity when the need is there to convert to time of day protected. And these locations all fit that criteria. It's just that the cabinet does not have the capacity with the number of channels required. And so that's the basis for this project. Now I did, during the break, go back and look at the design fee for my previous project, and that design fee and this design fee are high, and when I took a look at them, they can be reduced. So I think that would occur during the selection process for the consultant. I just want to clarify that point.
All right, any questions for Marshall on this one?
And as before, this is project number 2, so it's our second priority.
All right, thank you. And we got Aaron here in the room.
Aaron Gilbert, looking at your B over C ratio, I was looking at the crash data. It appears, it kind of appears, I don't recall off the top of my head, but that 1 or 2 intersections is driving majority of the crashes. Is that kind of accurate?
That is probably accurate. Some certain intersections are busier than others currently, but we know with the growth of what's happening in town, especially on the north end of Rittenhouse, with the construction and all the planning going on in Mesa, that those intersections are going to see a significant change in functionality and demand.
All right, do we have any further questions for Marshall and Queen Creek? All right, I don't hear or see any more, so we'll move on to the next project. Thank you, Marshall, for that presentation. This will be Avondale and Raj.
Thank you, members of the committee. This is our next application for Avondale Boulevard and Palm Lane. It's a Hawk countermeasure that we're proposing up here. It's was proposed as part of a safe route to school. So we have two schools on the west side of Avondale Boulevard where kids from the residents on the east side are crossing Avondale Boulevard. At that location, we have one lane in each direction and the center turn lane. It's about a 60-foot crossing area that kids are doing. I mean, with the 85th percentile in the range of 50 miles an hour. We definitely wants to introduce a controlled crosswalk at this location because of the speed in that area. We have no accident history at that location, but we like to be proactive and provide this countermeasure for the safety of the kids. We have a high school on the northwest quadrant of Encanto Boulevard and Avondale, another elementary school south side of Encanto Boulevard, where we have a lot of school kids crossing in both AM and PM hours, and we have a commercial development that's coming on the southwest quadrant of Palm Lane and Avondale Boulevard. In the future, there's going to be a demand for the residents to go to the commercial area. So we have fast food restaurants, coffee shops, and all hotels and stuff like that is coming in that area. So we anticipate there's going to be a lot of demand for the pedestrians to cross that location.
Thank you.
That I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Raj. Yep. Any questions?
This is Ellie. With the new development, did you do like a signal warrant? Would you need a full signal there?
The traffic study didn't conduct the study over there because their access points are further south of that intersection. But Palm Lane, it's actually a neighborhood driveway connection to Avondale Boulevard. I doubt we would require a signal at that location. The warrants may not meet. Yeah. The cross traffic is probably in the range of 3,000 vehicles a day, not more than that. So we doubt whether we have a requirement for signal at that location. But definitely there will be a need for a control crosswalk for kids to go to the schools on the west side of that roadway.
Aaron Gilbert, I apologize. Where'd you say the elementary school was? Is it off of Palm?
It's on the south side of Encanto Boulevard. It's on the southeast quadrant of. It's south side of that high school. It's not shown in the picture, but it's just west of that neighborhood on the west side of Avondale Boulevard. Yeah. There's no school on the east side of Avondale Boulevard for kids to go to that area. We try to change the school boundaries, but there's no other elementary school in that area. So the definitely kids have to cross that arterial street to attend that.
Any remaining questions on this one before we move on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looks like we have Hal Marin again from Cave Creek, and on deck is Avondale again for Coldwater Springs.
Thank you, committee. I'm back again. This one is our #1 priority. Oh, excuse me, Hilltop. I thought I had the next one was Bella Vista. My apologies. Hilltop is our. Let me switch quickly. Yes, thank you. It's the, this was Hilltop. This one is in the center of our town. Our town, unlike many of your others, we have a stop sign through our town core, one stop sign, one four-way stop. and the rest of it's pretty open. This one is our second priority based on the cost benefit ratio. I believe it's around I want to say 4.2 if I'm remembering correctly. It was the second ranked cost benefit ratio that we had. And what we find is that there are no crosswalks anywhere close to this area. It's in an area that gets a lot of traffic between Mercantile on the north side and also on the south side. We have a Kiwanis marketplace on the south side that gets quite a bit of traffic. And so that one is one that we would like to include as part of the overall 2.5 or 2 miles of area that we have where people tend to go very quickly and we end up with pedestrian traffic with no protected crosswalk at this time. We feel that it would be better to put in a rapid flashing beacon and the elevated crosswalk, the raised pedestrian crosswalk. The question was asked before why we want to put raised on an arterial, and that's the issue is that we're just trying to slow the traffic down. We have one town marshal. We do not have a police force, and getting the county sheriff's department to do traffic control when there are other things that they need to do within our 35 square mile community is it's not traffic control is not their number one priority, nor should it be. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Hal. Any questions for Hal?
Yes, please. This is Mazen with Maricopa County. Just wanted to check with you about the crash data that's shown. Your crash value or averages shows. It seems like you have two years worth of crash data, 16 and 17. So what happened there? Has there been no more crashes after those 2 years?
We pulled the crash data. The total crash data came out of our RSP study, the 2 RSP studies that we got the traffic information from MAG and from the county sheriffs. We've had some other crashes that have occurred recently, but fortunately, because it's a divided road with the medians, we haven't had a lot of crash data. Most of the crashes we have are because people go too fast. They end up in the median. We had one that just recently took our Welcome to Cave Creek sign out where they plowed into that. We've had Swarrows go down, but fortunately no major injuries, just people going too fast and somehow ending up in the medians.
Yeah, thank you for that. So basically you're more of a concern of maybe crashes developing to be serious at some point.
The areas are fully developed. Our major concern is pedestrians who we have, during the traffic study, we had pedestrians counted the crossings, and the crossings, we found that this unsignalized area was getting a lot of people crossing the traffic. So this is all about pedestrian safety and trying to also act as a silent policeman or sleeping policeman, as one of our councilmen referred to it, to try and slow traffic so that we can make the pedestrian and traffic work better together.
Thank you.
Any last question for Hal before we move on? All right, thank you, Hal, again.
Chair, since it looks like we're ahead of schedule, can I propose a 5-minute break for us? I don't know when the next scheduled break is, but it'd be nice to have another break.
All right, I think that's manageable. Margaret, can we do that from your schedule?
Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee, that would be absolutely fine because we are ahead of schedule. We had the Avondale Coldwater Springs presentation is due to start at 11:47. We're actually well ahead of that time. We could take a 10-minute break right now.
All right.
And come back Yeah.
Heard a second, that is moved. Thank you.
Chairman, I want to apologize for signing with the pool. I was going by this schedule.
Oh, it's not me, it's him. I'm just, I'm just timekeeper. He's the chairman, but you're all good.
No, because I had my, I went by this. Follow this schedule.
Yeah.
You're the anchor.
We randomized them so that.
Oh, really?
Who went first.
No, but mine were out of.
Yeah.
Mine are all.
Yes, they're all, everybody's.
That could be going on scoring. That's not a good sign.
No, no, it's not.
Because you already put the schedule.
All we did was everybody. On my suggestion. There's some bias. We didn't want to remove all that so we could say, hey, I was forced to go out points, I didn't get. We just ran up. Sorry.
Second one, not quite last, second. I mean, there's some arguments say, well, let the same agency do all four of them.
Well, we tried that, but I said, no, that's not very, your agency thing. Mix it up, you gotta get up and down.
Be efficient and have a lot more discussion. Yeah, no, it all makes sense.
Well, my other one, I evaluate that. And so random.
Yes.
Yeah, you get there early. Some people are stretched out at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, no, not that. Mine is like, they know what time it is. I get.
Oh, wow, okay.
So they know when they're supposed to be there.
Yes, absolutely.
We're talking about really solid.
Ones that are ranked higher.
Real football. That's very far from that statement.
There's a method to the madness.
That's not, no, that's first.
And then the last part.
Not this year. All the good players are in.
Wow. So like World Cup.
I'm judging Thursday.
They're really gonna make it.
Oh.
It's like I had to.
I lost this past weekend. I'm actually, I won it last year. And we had a bunch of that. And it predicted me to go 12-2. Wow, but then all my guys. Last year I lucked out. And I took Connor of the 7th round. And I drafted 4 rookies. At first, no, but didn't see it. Took Waddell. It was awesome to see him this year. Then And my team did good. This year I took Josh Allen again. I got Kamara again.
I know my daughter has Josh Allen, and she lost this. It's so game.
Yeah, and Allen wasn't supposed to play at the very last second. They swapped him out. He had a fumble at the end of the game. Yeah, he had a fumble at the end of the game that gave him a touchdown. Yeah. Then they had to drive down and pick the field with the top of the guy I'm playing with. So I'm like, and then sure enough, in the game, he got a chance to get a touchdown. So I needed him to have a good game.
Can sit here and present.
Once the guy
Can sit here and present. You're next, actually.
No, I'm like, running out of that chair.
So I lost, and I got to play Dave this week.
I did forget about committee. Every time I come back, I'm all ready.
Mom was made to sit there first and then say, wait a minute.
Oh, I paid my
I'm presenting now.
He's hurt. Yeah.
I know, I know, we're asking still. I'm supposed to be presenting. That's not open. No, you're not a committee member. You don't get to.
Just before you arrive, I was thinking,
Who were you? And when we finally got them, all it was like a one-time pickup box bed on the back.
Mr. Chair, by my calculation, we have about 1 more minute.
Thank you, Margaret.
have one more minute. So Raymond, when did you join City of Chandler?
I was in ADOT for a long time.
Were you? Yeah, I was with ADOT too.
What department were you?
I was with the survey department.
Where?
Survey, engineering survey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was in logo sign.
You're in?
Logo sign. It was in the, it was on the highway magazine. They do
Oh,
all those logo sign on the freeway.
okay.
But before that, I was in regional traffic.
I see. Yeah.
Central district.
Okay.
All right, this is Chair. I'm going to call the meeting back to order here. That was a nice, nice break. So thank you, Chris, for suggesting that, and we'll get back into it again here. So.
Mr.
next one we have
Mr. Chair, if I-
is-
Mr. Chair, if I could.
All right, Margaret.
Yes, so we have 2 presentations until our scheduled lunch break. I know we're ahead of time. What I would like to suggest is that we adjust our time to come back from lunch. So maybe we end before 3 today. How is everybody with that?
I think there's jokes going on, but I think the full consensus is yes, we would definitely leave early.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so we have Ward Stanford for the city of Avondale, and on deck is Glendale for Northern Parkway.
Once again, good morning, committee. I'm presenting an application for Hawk or pedestrian hydrant beacon at the intersection of Coldwater Springs and 118th Avenue, or in the vicinity of that. Coldwater Springs is a collector in our city, lower volume, only in the neighborhood of below 2,000 vehicles. I think they all do arrive at the pickup and drop off times of the school that's immediately south of there. The Hawk Beacon is again desired for providing a safe place for the students on the north side to be able to come to the school on the south side of Coldwater Springs. It is also recommended in our Safe Routes to School study that was done recently. The street itself is a 30-mile-an-hour collector, about 44 feet wide, 3 lanes with bike lanes. Again, not a higher volume roadway, but the observed behavior by the parents during the pickup and drop off is as we see at a lot of schools, it's got a lot of misbehavior in there, and we're not getting that much support of enforcement. So we're looking to be proactive and try and make a change. With that, there's a little bit, the Hawk will also be utilized by some others in the neighborhood. There is retail, restaurants, gas stations, grocery stores just north of here, but within this mile of the location. Avondale Boulevard is about 1,400 feet east of this location, and the retail and services start about that point. On the east side is Avondale City Hall complex with a pool coming soon. With that, I will conclude. Take any questions.
Thank you, Ward. Any questions on this?
Yes, this is Mazen, Maricopa County. I have a couple of questions on that location, please. First of all, again, the BC ratio shows 0 value. Looking at the application, it appears there hasn't been any serious crashes at that location. So I wanted to ask you, please, about what is the nature of this request and what is the concern of the city about this location?
The nature of the quest is, again, trying to be proactive for our students that come here to this school. Again, with our effort to start a safety program in our town, we have focused it on schools first. We have gone around late summer, restriped, repainted all the elements around our schools, our elementary specifically, and now see this item as an area of significant congestion during the pickup and drop off time primarily. I just lost my thought. The characteristic of one that we do see is the misbehavior of the left turning vehicles coming into it from out of the neighborhood versus the eastbound right turning vehicles, and their debate with each other as to who's going to get to go. And they seem to also not recognize that there's pedestrians out there trying to cross. So that is one of the primary items that we see and that we want to try and improve out there. What was the second part of your question, Marvin?
No, I was actually, I had another question. That was the first one. Thanks for that. I was just basically questioning the unit, the total estimate on this project, 285 for a Hawk installation. Is that in line of the most current prices nowadays? Just haven't done one of those for a while, so I was just wondering, what do you feel about? How do you feel about that?
Well, we've looked at RRFBs. We have a couple in town. They have not proven to garner the control that we would hope. One we actually have removed. It was honestly put in an undesirable location on McDowell Road, a 45-mile-an-hour 5-lane arterial. But it was a significant crossing of children from the south side of McDowell to go to those schools on the north side that Raj had presented earlier at the Palm and Avondale location or application. But we had slowed the speeds down to 35 in the vicinity of the RRB. But again, motorists didn't give it respect. They didn't give the kids respect. They certainly didn't slow down. So we have not been so overly impressed with the RRBs. There are probably other solutions we might be able to do, like next downs a little bit away from here. But those just at the late hour of us trying to get involved in this, we have not looked at that as a means of mitigating this area. This actually.
Thank you for that. Yes, please. Thank you.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, this is.
You were talking about costs, Maven?
I'm sorry. I was talking about the cost estimate, guys. Sorry. It just appears to me maybe a little bit low today's prices and the market escalation. How do you feel about that?
I can't hear him. What's that big? I would probably need to actually pass that to my coworker, Raj.
Okay.
He had worked on the estimates and I was not a part of that.
Sure.
Yes,
No problem.
that's right about the estimate. The 250,000 is what we spent on a recent Hawk project that we did for a similar countermeasure. Like, we did for a school crossing. Our estimate came up in the range of that. I mean, like, this location is different than what I grabbed the numbers from, but we have quite a few of work needs to be done at this location. So
that's fair enough. It varies from location to location and then all what are utilities and stuff required. Yeah, thanks for the response on that.
Thank you.
Do we have a time for one more question, Sam?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if as this goes to construction, to be cautious of this location in particular. We've had experiences where we tried to put flashing lights in residential areas and it went very poorly for us. So there could be a lot of pushback from the residents, particularly the houses right next to that intersection. They might say that it will decrease their property value or something like that. So I think it might be good to do some public outreach before it goes to construction.
In that discussion, that's an item that I have left out of mine is a good bit of this push has been resident input and complaint of the concern they have for their children. Now, that doesn't immediately address the people that are immediately adjacent per se. And if we did earn award and move forward with the project, yes, we would definitely be doing outreach. We have a location, as you can see, that there's a golf course in this neighborhood that it could be moved into that position, but we would like it much closer to that intersection to capture kids both east and west of the intersection from the north side.
All right, thank you, Ward. We'll move on to the next presentation. And that is with
Okay.
Glendale with Tony again.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, committee members, this is the fourth and the last one of the applications that we turned in. This is a project to install cable barrier, median cable barrier on Northern Parkway between 143rd Avenue and Dysart Road. The project, as I indicated, is fourth on our list. This is a project that's more seen as a proactive than a reactive project. We have a cable barrier system right now that goes all the way from Saraville, which is the first interchange east of 303, that goes all the way to 143rd Avenue. We have a segment missing between where it's shown up there between 143rd to our city limits, which is at a quarter mile west of Dysart Road. The county recently opened their segment of Northern Parkway after the interchanges were built all the way to El Mirage, and they have included cable median barrier. So we have one little segment in that whole entire freeway area that is without cable barrier. And our goal is to prevent crossover crashes that may lead to fatalities. In a recent meeting that I had with Glendale PD, they have expressed concern about the speeds on the road, and we are trying to address some signing upgrades to bring attention to the speed limit on the road, which is 55 miles an hour. I'm one of those people. Glendale doesn't like to hear this, but says that is sadly artificially too low for that type of roadway. It is a freeway. It's coming off, we have vehicles coming off the freeway from the 303 and off of a system interchange, and they're flying right into a 55-mile-an-hour zone. So, but that's, like I said, that's an issue that I'm working on a speed study to try to correct. But the area that's in question also is going through a reverse curve, and I know that in discussions with PD, they've experienced vehicle traveling in excess of 85 miles an hour. So that is a concern, especially if somebody loses control somewhere along that reverse curve. So this is, as I indicated earlier, this is more of a proactive that rather than a reactive project that we're trying to close the gap or the remaining gap that's left. And looking at the crashes, we, at least on the median side, we have, to our surprise, have had at least 6 times where we've had to go fix the median cable barrier over the past 2 years and or some past year and a half since it's been in place. I really honestly did not think I'd be going out that often, but indeed that's been the case. And as I was recently traveling that road, I noticed that the one that the county did, where they even placed theirs a little bit further off the road than we did with ours, and their median barrier has got hit. So to answer the anticipated question by Mazen, it will be MASH compliant. We will be looking at putting a Bryphon system that will be MASH compliant, just to continue the system. I believe that the county also has Bryphon in their portion. Most of this area, as you can see off of there, there's not many residents, and at least in our portion, a lot of that is being turned into industrial development. So with that, I'll go ahead and take any questions. Did I make it under the 3 minutes? Okay. No, I tried, but I was anticipating Mazen's question, so I at least get 20
Just waiting for your ring.
Thank you, thank you.
I
Thank you
got
for
a
that,
question.
Tony. Appreciate that. Thank you for that, Tony. Appreciate responding on this one, and sorry to jump the gun earlier, but basically, wanted to make sure you guys consider the most current crash modification factors or cost reduction factors. That's based on the clearing house data to represent the most current mesh standard into your value. So yeah, so it looks like it has been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chris?
Chair and Tony, do you know what the separation is between the opposing directions of the main line?
I wanted to look up that number for you yesterday and I forgot, honestly. To answer your question, I think it is outside the clear zone as it stands today. But if there is ever in the future where a lane is added in each direction, then it will be inside the clear zone. So I know that I can tell you it's outside the clear zone because I remember looking at that. So I knew you would ask that question. That's why I wanted to get ready for it. So.
Any further questions for Tony?
I got a question. I know you said that you guys have to go and repair it multiple times. What's the difference, cost between the concrete barrier and the cable? I know cable barriers are cheaper to install and also effective, but the maintenance wise,
Well, in order to build that, you just can't put a wall barrier out there that's just sitting.
Right.
You'd have to basically, pave
the road,
paving at least a mile, and putting that out there, it's going to be far exceed the maintenance.
Right, but you have to consider that, Northern Parkway, the volume is gonna increase in the future. Looks like this more like a temporary.
Well, yeah, for my next one, I wouldn't be putting it 8 feet off of the shoulder. I'd be putting it more closer to the middle and trying to level, there are drainage concerns and I'm aware of that, but the county was able to get that addressed to where they moved that out and allow for vehicles to recover. So I think that would be the one lesson learned that I, took from the last one is not to put it out in the, away from put it right in the median, in the middle of the median.
Aaron with Gilbert, I actually have the same question as Chris, but I looked it up. It's 50 foot from fog to fog.
Okay.
Any last questions here for Tony of Glendale? All right, seeing and hearing none. Margaret, I guess back to you for orders of the day here. I think lunchtime, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. Can Mohammed confirm that lunch, or can you confirm that lunch has indeed arrived?
Yes.
Yes, Margaret, lunch has arrived and now it's being served by Tina.
Okay, great. So in that case, why don't we reconvene at 12:45? Unless there's a consensus in the room that we can come back earlier and get done even earlier. That's another option.
We're talking here 12:30.
I make a motion for 12:30. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Yeah, I think we're moving towards 12:30 here, Margaret, if that works.
That works. So we have Gilbert, Queen Creek. So I just want to make sure that those that are attending virtually are aware that their times are going to be moved up. So Queen Creek, you're okay with that? Do we have?
Yes.
Oh, you're fine with that. Okay, so we will reconvene at 12:30 then. And we'll probably have to do a quorum check.
All right, yep, 12:30, and we'll do a quorum check. So appreciate everybody keeping an eye on the time. We'll get back together at 12:30. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just checking in on about a 5-minute time. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Margaret,
Just checking in at 5 minutes.
about 5 minutes. Okay, thank you for the heads up.
Mr. Chair, I have 12:30.
All right, we got 12:30. I think everybody's seated and in place on this side. So we'll go ahead and try to reconvene here. And I think, Margaret, you said we'll try to do a roll call here just to make sure. So we'll go ahead and do that. Mohammed, are you in a position to do a roll call for us here?
Mr. Chair, yes. So I'm gonna, Mr. Chair and member of the Safety Committee, I'm gonna go ahead and start the roll call. Please indicate if you're present for the meeting or not. Carrie Wilcoxon from ADOT. Shane Kieso from Patty Junction.
Present.
Raj Thoram from City of Avondale.
Present.
John Willett from City of Buckeye.
Present.
Raymond Huang from City of Chandler.
Present.
Nick Russo from City of El Mirage.
Present.
Chris Salas from Town of Florence. Aaron Pinkerton from Town of Gilbert.
Present.
Tony Abbo from City of Glendale. Matt Reek from City of Goodyear.
Present.
Kate Grunaski from City of Litchfield Park.
Present.
Carrie Osborne from City of Maricopa. Mason Murad Breach from Maricopa County.
Present.
Ryan Hudson from City of Mesa. Chris Limca on behalf of Brandon Furry from City of Peoria.
Present.
Carl Langford from City of Phoenix.
Present.
Tara Harmon from Pinal County. Jan Martin from Town of Queen Creek.
Here.
Sam Taylor from City of Scottsdale.
Present.
Mark Dorsey on behalf of Dana Oziani from City of Surprise.
Present.
Ellie Volusin from City of Tempe.
Present.
Frank Sotil from Valley Metro. Robert Gray from Arizona State University. Sergeant Michael Hahn from Department of Public Safety. Alberto Goodyear from GOHS. And did I miss anyone in virtual setting?
Sorry, this is Carrie Osborne. I'm present. I was interrupted at the time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum and that concludes the roll call. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And it looks like we're on presentations here yet at Gilbert.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And on deck, we'll have Queen Creek.
Sounds good. Thank you. This is our second project, Gilbert and Guadalupe. It's about 4 miles east of the other one. So they're a little bit separate. That was a question that I received prior. If you want to go ahead and turn the slides. This location, it's just north of our Heritage District. If you've ever been there, that's by far our largest destination location. It's just barely south of this area. So we do see quite a bit of quite a bit of traffic through here. This is our second priority out of the two projects. However, it is our number one signalized intersection as far as number of crashes we receive. It has about 200 crashes in the past 5 years. So we're just looking at, okay, what safety improvements could we do here? It already has the dual lefts, already has a lot of the different improvements. One thing it didn't have is the northbound right turn lane. If you want to go ahead there, so that on that southeast corner there, that development has been redeveloped. And we worked with that developer. He dedicated additional right-of-way for us to be able to, at some point, put in a right turn lane. So right-of-way will not be necessary as part of this project, but to enhance the overall safety, the majority of it is that right turn lane. But we also are looking at other safety things we can do for the overall intersection. Making sure just the general over LED lighting. I believe this one actually, if it hasn't already been done, but that's pretty much this project.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions there for Aaron? Do we have a question from the audience?
I have a question. Do you happen to know which leg of the intersection has the most crashes?
I do not recall offhand. I don't remember. I do know that I only have the percentage of what the volume is for that right turn lane percentage, but I don't remember the crashes. Sorry.
Okay. I'm familiar with the intersection, and in my perspective, driving it, I think protecting the left turns might help a lot of people take a lot of risks, and there's also a bit of an offset issue.
This one's a dual left in all directions. So, and we only run our duals as protected.
Okay.
It's Raymond with Chandler. Any plan to restricting a U-turn on the westbound? Because there's a new Starbucks over there, but generate quite a bit of U-turn. Right now, there's no dedicated right turn, but then once you put it in, it's going to be a free fall.
I'll evaluate. That's interesting input. I will evaluate that. We haven't evaluated it for. We haven't quite received any requests for that no U-turn. We generally maintain a U-turn unless there's a distinct safety issue.
Just something to maybe look into.
Certainly, thank you.
I got a question. See if I haven't asked that. So this countermeasure is to avoid the rear-end traffic, I mean, rear-end accidents, or what's the reason for the right turn placement? I mean, do you guys have volume more than 300 vehicles per hour during the peak hours?
I would, yes. So fortunately, no, I don't have that information added here. But yeah, so I'd have to double check. We're close to 300, if not surpassing it.
Any other questions for Aaron on this project? All right, seeing, hearing none. Thank you, Aaron, again. And we'll move on to Queen Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just make one quick confirmation. I just wanted to make the committee aware that we can only have one member of an agency representing the agency at one time. So if you have a member of your staff attending virtually that's on the committee, you would be considered a member of the public. Just wanted to make that clear. And we can move on to Queen Creek, and on deck is Cave Creek. Thank you.
All right, Marshall, when you're ready.
Okay. So this is our number one priority. That's why it's project number one. And it says townwide lighting improvements. And what we're doing, the request for this is the intersection luminaires converting from high pressure sodium to LED lights. This is crash modification factor 8797, improved street lighting, luminance uniformity. So we're looking at 17 intersections, and similar to the other project, it's primarily located in the older parts of town. You can see on the map, it's again another concentration on Rittenhouse and Ocotillo. We've received a lot of comments from the public on this, requesting a increase in the illumination at the intersection, particularly for the pedestrians. And we want to go over to the LED lights. It's on standard in the town. All the new roadways use these at the intersections. This is not a roadway lighting project. It is strictly the luminaires at the intersection. We did get a question about the price on this, and we have reached out. We have a JOC. We also reached out to another contractor, and the cost estimate that we have is in line. So I would love to know who has a better price. Send me an email, because I would certainly like to use your contract. And question of who will benefit from this is it benefits all populations and all modes of transportation. And so you can see from this slide the crash comparison, and clearly the additional illumination makes for a much safer intersection, and many studies have shown that bright lit intersections is a key component of safety, especially for pedestrians, but also vehicles entering intersections. So it's not a very complicated concept. And if we get these 17 intersections completed, I think it will complete and make the town's intersection lighting uniform at all signalized intersections. So that's my presentation. I get bonus points for saving time.
Mr. Chair, just checking in to make sure we haven't lost the room.
Yeah, I can hear you, Margaret.
I'm not hearing anybody.
don't-
I'm not hearing
No.
anybody in the room. Let me check. Mr. Chair, can you hear me? Are you still there, Marshall?
I'm here. I'm wondering, do they have a mute button that they might have hit?
I am showing they are not muted.
The fact that both of us can't hear them indicates it's not one of us doing something. You have the ability to text someone?
We are not allowed to text during public meetings.
I'm kind of at a loss. I'm not really sure what to do.
Why don't you leave the meeting and come back in and I'll do the same.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Margaret.
They still can't hear me. Mr. Chair? Mohammed?
This is Carl. I can hear you guys, but I'm online.
Same here. This is Keith Litchfield.
All right.
Can you guys hear the meeting?
No.
No, I don't
It's
hear
like
anything.
they're paused or something.
This is Max with Mag as well. I do see movement on their video, so it's only seeming to be audio. I don't know if they can hear us in the room, but if we can workshop that in some way, Mohammed, that would be wonderful.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, well, they're holding up a sign.
Can someone send him a chat in the chat and anything in the chat, guys?
Our chat is
Also not?
disabled. Mazen, our
Oh, okay.
chat is disabled during public meetings.
Okay, I got you. What does that sign say? What she just showed us.
Oh.
It looked like it said, "We hear you."
Okay. Well, we need to hear them.
Hi, Margaret and members of the committee, Chris Walker. It does look like they have IT working on it right now.
Okay. We should probably all mute in that case and wait for them to come back on.
Margaret, can you hear us now? Or can anyone hear us?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Awesome, cool.
Thank you.
Motion, we adjourn for 5 minutes.
Yes, executive privilege by Chris. We could adjourn
Yeah.
here for a few minutes.
All right, Mr. Chair, I think we got it fixed.
Unless you really need to go there, Chris. Okay. All right, this is the chair. Margaret, do you hear me okay now?
I do. And Queen Creek I don't know what you heard, but Queen Creek had just finished their presentation.
Yes,
Did you-
I think Marshall was answering Aaron's
Well,
question.
So yeah, we never lost audio. We were able to hear you guys the whole time. So Marshall, this is Aaron with Town of Gilbert. I'll get those numbers for you, our contract, I don't remember it offhand. I'm not able to find it in my chat, but I was the one that mentioned as far as the price. We just replaced majority of ours and with our own staff replaced this, did the work, and we just purchased the lights. So I'll get to you that.
Okay. Yeah, we can talk outside of this meeting.
Okay, I did put Marshall's time on pause here, so we do got some more time for questions. So any other questions for Marshall with this application?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to note, Mr. Chair and Mohammed, that we are seeing the room, but we can't see the presentation.
So Margaret, I can see the presentation. I have to click on switch to
I got it.
presentation.
I got it.
All right, Margaret's good to go. All right, no other questions for Marshall. Appreciate it, Marshall. Thank you for that. And we'll move on to presentation with Cave Creek.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then on deck will be Phoenix 32nd and Hubble.
This is the wrong project. We've already done Hidden Valley Drive. My order was scrambled on the presentation. The only one I have left is Roadhouse.
My apologies for that, Hal.
Yeah, I thought I was having a senior moment, and then I realized I went back and I said, okay, the presentation that I did first was actually supposed to be the second one. The third one was supposed to be the second one I did was supposed to be the third one, and then the first one is the one I'm supposed to be doing now. So it should be the Roadhouse crossing is the only one I have left. It should say Bella Vista, Cave Creek Road at Bella Vista is the slide title. Yeah, see, this is the one, Hilltop is the one that I think you have Hilltop doubled.
Go to the next slide. Yeah, I think we do have this doubled.
Yeah, that's Hilltop.
My apologies. Why don't we do this? If Phoenix is okay, can we go ahead and do Phoenix? And then I will grab that Cave Creek Roadhouse.
Yes, Cave Creek Roadhouse. It's called Cave Creek Road at Bella Vista Drive pedestrian.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Let me work on that.
All right, thank you, Hal. If Phoenix is ready, here she comes.
Okay. Thank you. This is Mylan Pinkiewicz again for City of Phoenix, presenting on 32nd Street and Hubble for a hawk. Next slide. So the project is located between two signals, one at Oak, one at McDowell. This is an area where we received a lot of requests from the apartment complexes on 32nd Street regarding providing a protected crossing. We have a lot of bus boardings at this location, and in field visits, we see a lot of people crossing mid-block or at the intersections that are not signalized. Next slide. So this is a 6-lane roadway at 32nd Street with an ADT of 35,000 vehicles a day. At this location, 3/4 of the area residents belong to a minority group, which is 25% more than the Phoenix average. 15% of households do not own a vehicle, which is double the Phoenix average for vehicle ownership. And we're just trying to provide a safe crossing for the pedestrians at this location, since they mostly use this crossing for bus and transit. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, this is Sam Taylor with City Scouts. So I was just curious, does the City of Phoenix have a funding program specifically for hawks? 'Cause it seems like you guys have been building a lot of them, so.
So the City of Phoenix has dedicated funding for pedestrian safety. And right now, our funding goes to locations where we have serious injuries and fatalities for the most part. When you look at the average of the last few hawks that we've been building with that funding, we're doing locations where in the past 5 years, we've had 8 to 10 crashes with like 2 to 4 of them being fatal. So what we do find is that we have a lot of requests from the public for locations like this one where the risk factors or the socioeconomic risk factors are there, but we don't have crashes. And for those right now, we don't have a dedicated funding source.
This is Aaron with Gilbert. What is this ranking, internal ranking for you guys per 5?
So between the 5, this one ranks 5th. And I am getting some feedback.
Yeah, can everybody check virtually? We're on mute. All right, let's try that. I still hear some feedback. All right, check your mute button, please. All right, we can try it again.
Okay. Any other questions?
Any questions for Melian?
Yeah, Million, this is Mazen with McDowell. So on this application with the BC ratio showing 0, what are you basing your assessment on as far as applying for something like that? Are you anticipating any are there such close calls that you anticipate some major stuff happening maybe?
So yes, this is a location where the crashes are actually a palm lane. So they did not reach that 250-foot range that we were asked to provide. However, we have serious utility conflicts at Palm Lane with SRP structure and power lines. So this project would probably go slightly south of Hubble. And we do have a lot of requests from the community trying to cross at this location, as well as field visits that show pedestrians waiting for gaps to be able to cross a 6-lane arterial roadway.
Thank you.
Any more questions on this one? All right, hearing none. Margaret, are we ready to go back or should we keep Phoenix on deck?
I can share my screen. I did send it to Mohammed, so I don't know if he can pull it up, but I can surely share my screen and I have it up.
I think I can pull it up.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then while we're waiting for that, on deck would be Phoenix again, so.
Welcome back, Hal.
Thank you. It's good to be back. There we go. That one looks right.
Just
okay. Okay, oh. Okay. Thank you for letting me present our most important, our #1 priority. This one had a cost-benefit ratio of, if you'd switch the screen, please, cost-benefit ratio by itself of a 6.2. It's in what we call our bar district. To the south is Harold's, to the north is the Roadhouse, to the immediate west is
the Buffalo Chip, and then also there's another bar and restaurant immediately east of this. We have a lot of cross traffic that occurs 1 week a month, or actually 2 weeks a month. In the month of April, we end up with over 10,000 people in this location, just at this location alone. And so crossing, that has its own traffic control plan, but we have a lot of traffic that goes back and forth. We have a sort of a primitive rapid flashing beacon. We have immediately to the east of this, we have a speed detection where we can record and have the traffic flows and everything else. We've already gone with the speed warning indicators. There's about an 8% grade coming down from the east into this location. And we end up with a lot of traffic, a lot of pedestrian traffic crossing at this location, and sometimes diagonally across what's called Jack Cartwright Trail, also called Bella Vista. It's an easement type road that connects to a public right of way. So this is probably our number one priority by quite a bit. It would stand alone, and we would really like to protect the people. And this is more of a nighttime use. And again, we are a dark skies community, so that we do not have street lights, and the rapid beacon would help us very much.
Thank you, Hal. Any questions on this from committee members?
This is Aaron Gilbert. You said you have another beacon just down the road from here?
No, we have a traffic indicator. We have a sort of a primitive, nothing as good as a rapid flashing beacon, more just a push button and sometimes it works type of thing that we installed, that our crews installed a few years ago. It's better than nothing, but it was strongly recommended that we upgrade this, and also with the raised sidewalk to slow traffic down, because we will get people that will stop for pedestrians and then somebody will go whipping right on by them. And we've had several accidents in this area. Some of it related to impaired driving, but most of it's just because it's in a busy area for our community.
Okay. Yeah, we don't get people stopping at our beacons.
Well, we're hoping with the combination of the beacons and the raised sidewalk, even though it's a minor arterial and it's not the best policy to put it on a minor arterial, ours is more about safety at this time than it is about keeping a smooth flow of traffic.
This is Mazen with Maricopa County DOT. As far as the crash data concerned, I see that your provided data goes for 3 years, 16 through 18. And rightly so, it all refers to pedestrian related. So has there been no more pedestrians past 18? Or what's the reason just for staying with 3 years worth of data, please?
When we did the crash study was done as part of our initial RSP study. Just when they were going to go take the crash and pedestrian studies for that one, we had a little thing called COVID hit. And in the middle of where we were going to take the traffic studies and things like that, all of a sudden we became a ghost town. And there wasn't much traffic since a lot of ours is related to travel with visitors, and the bars and restaurants were all shut down. And it's hard to do a traffic study at the time when you're basically closed for business. So again, we have not done any updated studies since our second RSP was done that defined these projects, but they relied upon the first study's data, which incorporated the Maricopa County data at that time.
Makes sense. Thank you.
This is Sam Taylor with City of Scottsdale. I was just curious, have you guys considered the noise impacts that these might create? The raised crosswalks, I imagine it might be noisy for the surrounding businesses.
You're talking about an area where they have, Harold's has outdoor concerts with 600 people. You have the Roadhouse, which we have to limit to somewhere around 60 to 80 dB to meet the noise requirements of the surrounding community. So the traffic impact of the raised platform is not sort of our major concern, because we have noise generating businesses that that's their business. They generate noise.
Any further questions on this one?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Margaret.
I just wanted to make a quick clarification based on some questions that we're getting here. It's standard practice for all of the RSP that projects look at 5 years of crash history. So if you're seeing in the application that there's some years missing, that means that there's no crashes in those years. But all of these projects look for 5 years of crash data.
Yes, and we did have that done as part of our study, but again, we're utilizing a study that is that where the initial crash data was done. It was updated, but again, not. There have been other near misses. Fortunately, no more fatalities or crashes. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Hal. I think that's it for questions. Thank you for sticking in there with us, and we'll invite Phoenix back up. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and on deck would be Buckeye.
Okay.
Are we good?
We're sharing.
All right.
Okay. And again, this is City of Phoenix presenting 19th Avenue and John Dark pedestrian improvements. Next slide, please. So this location is 19th Avenue, which is one of our main arterial roadways, and John Dark. The location is actually a school crosswalk, and it is a school zone. Again, similar to that other school crosswalk that we presented on earlier, this one ranks 13 out of 62 city crosswalks that are uncontrolled on arterial roadways that we're looking forward to signalizing. And we wanted to use a hawk for this location. Next slide. So for this location, like I said, this is a school zone. Similar to the other location, we find that there's a lot of violations of the school zone, as well as a lot of violations of the crosswalk when the school zone is not activated. We have received a request from parents of children attending the school very close by, saying that they don't feel comfortable sending their kids walking to school because of the speed of vehicles and sometimes for the violations that are observed at this location. So every day, children ranging from 3 to 14 years old use this crosswalk to attend school. And at this location, 45% of the area residents belong to a minority group. 25% of residents live in poverty, and 11% of households do not own a vehicle, which is over 4% of the Phoenix average. And we have a long list of locations that are in this kind of situation, arterial roadway. We are trying to prioritize the school locations first, and we are requesting a hawk at this location. Out of the 5 applications that Phoenix has put in for hawk, this one would rank as 4th. We obviously are looking forward to getting signalized locations where we do have crashes, but this is also very sensitive because of the school situation. Are there any questions?
Any question? Go ahead.
This is Ellie in Tempe, and this question might be a little more general, but when we're talking about putting in a hawk primarily for a school, is there any mechanism through which we can make sure these kids are trained on how to use a hawk? They're not intuitive, you know?
So we do have a couple of things that we do. I think for many locations that are served by a hawk in our schools in Phoenix, they still have a crossing guard that will activate the button. We work with the timing of the hawk to make sure that no one's waiting too long. We also, with every hawk activation, we send notice to a half-mile radius from the location that shows how pedestrians and also drivers would use the hawk. And we recently did with Governor's Office of Highway Safety grant, create a pedestrian safety book that is 22 pages. One of the pages shows how to use a hawk. We do have a school program that will go out and we'll do curriculum on pedestrian safety. So I think this would to do that kind of outreach with the school if we were to get that funding.
Any further questions on this application? All right, I don't hear or see any. Thank you, Maylene, for that one. All right, move on to Buckeye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that will bring up Phoenix for our last presentation of the day on deck.
Good afternoon, everybody. John Willett. I know you guys have been waiting to hear me talk. I'm at the anchor, final stretch run. Ever since I joined the city of Buckeye 4.5 years ago, this intersection was brought to my attention consistently for how unsafe it was. Chris may remember hearing about it when he was in Buckeye for a short time. So just to bring you perspective, underneath the orange dot is Fry's. When I joined Buckeye, that was the busiest Fry's in Arizona. Across the street is Walmart, busiest Walmart in Arizona. And just north of that was Lowe's, apparently the busiest Lowe's in Arizona when I joined in 2018. So give you perspective, there is basically no retail west of here in Arizona till you get to Quartzsite. So one of the things we've had, I was told by residents, city staff, Chamber of Commerce president, that intersection is bad. If you want to go to the next page, I'll show you what it is. There's a driveway on the bottom side of the picture. It's the driveway coming out of the Fry's Shopping Center. On the north side is the driveway into Walmart. People like to shoot the gap between the two driveways consistently. What you can't really see on this picture is a little bit farther to the east is the intersection of Watson and Yuma. Very busy intersection in Buckeye. We actually added dual northbound, southbound left turns about 2 years ago to help improve the capacity. What we have is, we had a safety study done for both this intersection and the major one because we knew they tied together. And part of it is the left turn queue eastbound at the intersection queues back up into the through lane. And it queues back up into the through lane almost to this driveway. So when people are trying to shoot the gap, they think it's clear and they're going across. And that's when the collisions or near collisions are almost happening. So when we studied that project, that budget was unfortunately more than the total budget of this program. So we scaled it down to only this. And so what we're asking for is a propeller to basically make it left in only, no left outs, no cutting across, and modify the storage basically for the eastbound left turn into the Walmart. The other longer one for the westbound left turn to Fry's, we'd also like to do, we would plan these improvements to be consistent. We are chasing additional funding to improve the big intersection. And we want these improvements to go in first, but be compatible with the bigger intersection. That's kind of it in a nutshell. Not a lot of accidents at this particular driveway. Most of them have been at the signal, but this is more of a proactive approach to try to make sure we don't have any bad fatalities. And the nice thing about this is the way it is today, whenever we have a developer who comes in and says, I have to have that 1/8 mile full median break, my shopping center is not going to work. If I don't get it, I can say to my council, do we really want this again? And I get a really big, strong support. Yeah, no, you're not getting the median break. So not a lot of us in the city like it. We want it to go away. So that's it. I'll answer any questions.
Hey, John, this is Mazen with Maricopa County again. Just if you could please explain to me what propeller median means, and somebody using them in the state or close by, could you shed some light on that, please, for me?
Yeah, you're sure, Mazen. Propeller median break is basically a skinny median. Looks like a long piece of noodle that goes across the median and basically allows If you're on the major street is east-west, that allows an eastbound left to go to the north side of the road and a westbound left to go to the south side of the road, but no left turns can come out of the driveway or no through movements across the driveway. So basically makes both driveways what we call 3/4 access only, no lefts out. And we have a few of those in Buckeye and other parts of the city. They seem to work really well. And I think a lot of other jurisdictions have them as well. So.
Yeah, thanks, John. And do you think they have any kind of a reduction factor available for this type of installation?
I don't know where reduction factors actually used, but I do know they eliminate, part of the study said eliminated 22 potential collision points when our outside consultant looked at it. It eliminates a lot of potential left turn crashes coming out of a sub minor driveway intersection into the major street. I don't know if the feds have studied and came up with an actual real number for it, but it's probably something that should be looked at in the future by them.
Thank you.
And got Tony.
John, a couple of questions. One, do you know if the businesses there are going to, be objecting to it? That would be question number one. And I'll give you question number two that's sort of related to it. Now that they can't go across, are you going to have capacity for somewhere for them to turn? Are they going to have to go turn at an unsignalized intersection, make the U-turn if they want to go back the other direction?
Good questions. As I mentioned at the very beginning, the president of the Chamber of Commerce is big behind this. She wants it gone away because it's part of her family is the ones that have been hurt. So she's in support. We haven't really talked to the actual shopping centers. What we like about it is it does allow the lefts in, which if you talk to most shopping center commercial people, they want people into their shopping center more than out. As far as making the left to go back to the west, they would go down to the traffic signal, or they can go down south and loop back around. Will there be some back traffic? Yes, there will be some back traffic for some folks, unfortunately. Coming out of the north side, it's a little easier because they can go straight to the east, a slight distance to the shopping center and access Watson Road, and then go south on Watson and make the left, right, whichever way they want to go.
Okay, just a follow up. I'm assuming that there's actual capacity on the turn lanes, especially for the one that's going to the signal. They have to come back and make a U-turn. There is the capacity there. You're not moving the problem somewhere else.
Correct. And I'm a big fan of, I don't like kicking the problem down the road. And so that's part of what the full intersection improvement of Watson and Yuma, we're chasing other dollars, not through MAG, but through other avenues to try to fix that as well. But we wanted to do this part first if we could.
Sorry, you're not done. Are you done, Tony? Okay. I was just wondering how far this intersection is from the nearest signalized intersection.
It's about 660 feet. It's only an eighth of a mile.
Okay.
And what I didn't mention is part of the reason why we want to kind of close this is Apache Road is our parallel road to I-10. Watson Road is one of our only few interchanges to I-10. And immediately to the west of here is a mile arterial road that just connected up to Yuma Road with about 5,000 homes coming on that corridor. That's all going to go up Apache and make the left right turn and be going right where that 315 is to make a left at Watson. So we're again trying to be proactive and hopefully solve what won't be an issue.
My follow-up question is that since these two retails are high trip generators, I'm just wondering, have you guys considered putting in a signal over there?
I can tell you the city engineer is adamant. There's no signals at 1/8 mile spacing. He's not even happy about 1/4 mile spacing. So yeah, it's a signal going in there is probably happening after I retire.
We have done a couple in Avondale.
So I mean, we looked at it, but yeah, there's not a lot of desire to have a traffic signal that close to the other major one.
All right. Well, thank you, John, for that presentation. We'll wrap up the questions and move on to again, Phoenix.
Okay. And this is the fifth project that we have, which is also a hawk. I do want to point out that this location, Cape Creek Road at Sherrill Drive, ranks number 11 in our prioritization within the city of Phoenix and ranks number 2 in terms of the 5 RSP applications that we have submitted. This is a location on Cave Creek Road that has a lot of pedestrian traffic. Next slide. We have submitted the application with that we have 2 pedestrian collisions. One has been a serious injury, one has been a minor injury. Not included within the data set of the collisions that we presented was the 2021 collision, which occurred in March 2021. We did not have the full 2021 data set. However, we did receive this as a vehicular homicide unit report of a wheelchair user that unfortunately got hit crossing at this location. Police also showed us the video and it's quite tragic. We haven't confirmed with the 2021 data if that has turned into a fatal, but based on the report, it seems like it would have. So Cave Creek Road is a 6-lane roadway with an ADT of 26,000 vehicles. And this is a 40-mile-per-hour roadway. At this location, we also have a high proportion of residents that belong to a minority group. And about 1/6 of the households live in poverty. And 8% of the households do not own a vehicle. So we are seeking to be able to signalize this crossing where we do see a lot of pedestrians and vulnerable road users trying to cross the roadway. I believe this is a midway point between the 2 signals. So it is quite a trek for anyone that wanted to have that signalized crossing. And we do have a lot of multifamily homes around the area. Are there any questions?
Yeah, just now that I think these are your 5 projects, just so I'm tracking, which was your number one?
That's 43rd Avenue and Lamar, which had 2 fatals.
Yeah, do you remember which project number that was? Number 3. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this one?
This is Ellie in Tempe. Has there already been any like public outreach at this location?
We often do not conduct public outreach for hawk signals. What we do is a study of the corridor to see where most of the pedestrian activity is occurring, to be able to place the hawk at a location that's the most intuitive and where most people are going to be using it. We do find a lot of positive feedback related to hawks. So most of our public outreach tends to be for road diets or other kinds of projects, but we often receive good feedback on hawks. We do outreach regarding like construction notices once it's been planned.
This is Sam Taylor with City of Scottsdale. Were there any sight distance concerns with this intersection with the curvature of the road of Cave Creek?
We haven't proceeded with design yet, so we've done a bit of an assessment regarding like the right-of-way needs for it. So that's not something that we have looked into yet.
Any other further questions on this one? All right, I'm not hearing or seeing anything, so Maylene, thank you very much. All right, I think that concludes the presentations, and I'll pass it to Margaret for some instructions here as we move on to the next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee. So if you have attended in person and you brought your evaluation sheets and have made some amendments to that evaluation sheet, you can hand that to either Mohammed or Mike Kuzel. And then if you are attending virtually, please send your finalized evaluation sheets to the email address that you see on the screen here, rsp@azmag.gov. Chris Gottsacker will pick those up and enter those final evaluation scores into the master sheet and get those to Mohammed for entry into the prioritization tool. So At this time, are there any questions at this point about kind of next steps? We are going to take another break here and then come back to do agenda item number 4. But if there's any questions at this time, I'd be happy to take those.
Yeah, Mark Dorsey, City of Surprise. So I had brought my evaluation sheet, but based on these presentations, I may go back and make some adjustments. So how much time are we going to have between now and going back and readjusting our scores? Because it would have been nice to have the presentations before doing the final scoring. That's one question. And the second question is, where I come from, geographic equity is a thing when we're looking at scoring, especially when you have a $10 million ask and a $2 million availability. I did look at, I think, the past 5 years of the awards for this funding, and I know that the bigger cities tend to get the funding. So is geographic equity something that's to be taken into consideration? So that's question 2. And then my last question is, if somebody could do the math and if they took everybody's number 1, what would that funding number be relative to the 2 million? So those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Those are 3 pretty big questions. So I guess I know, Mark, that you had completed your evaluation prior to the meeting today. The committee was sent the presentations, albeit you didn't have somebody presenting them to you at the time. So I'm just kind of curious as to how much time you think you would need.
Well, again, yeah, I scored off the presentations, the paper presentations, but quite a bit of information has come just out of these presentations today.
Okay.
So it would be nice if we had at least till the end of the week, till Friday, if we want to go back and resubmit.
So if we did that, we would have to reconvene the committee to take action.
Okay, then we don't want to do that. Thank you.
So the idea was, have the evaluation done, I guess when the deadline was on the 31st, I want to say, and then have the presentations kind of speak to maybe some of the questions you may have had. We did compile evaluators' comments and send those to the applicants so that they had them ahead of time, and hopefully they would answer some of those questions during their presentation to kind of help facilitate you making changes to your evaluation sheet at this time. The answer to your second question is really part of the presentation that I gave prior to us starting the presentations. And you're kind of new to this committee and to this process, but we are implementing a new prioritization process for this program this year. So what you have looked at historically may not be how it comes out this time. We are now using that prioritization tool that takes into account those the 6 quantitative elements that came from data from the applications. For instance, benefit cost ratio, crash rate, the alignment with the STSP, identification by study, and the 5 equity elements. So those are already in the evaluation, or the prioritization tool. And then the qualitative elements are those that you considered when you did your evaluation. And that's kind of what we need right now to get those scores into the prioritization tool. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and your third question, I apologize.
Oh, it's not germane. I was just wondering, based on today's confirmation of everybody's number 1, kind of looking at the peanut butter approach, how far would the $2 million go towards everybody's number 1 is all I was trying to look at. And so, okay, well, thank you. I'm used to, in Washington State, Puget Sound Regional Council, they've got a process where you have your all presentations at a public meeting, and then you go back and they do the final scoring. So I just have to get used to the differences. So thank you.
You're welcome. Does anybody else have any questions, or for that matter, if you want me to go back to the slides that showed the scoring mechanism from the prioritization tool? And of course, you know, once we get the evaluation scores in, the final evaluation scores in, Mohammed will be going through a couple of slides as well, kind of outlining that. So this is the quantitative elements that were already entered into the prioritization tool. So 1 and 2 obviously are what they are from the application. So you'll notice when we take a look at it later that there's going to be zeros for some of those, and those were where there were no crashes. But I'd like to remind, and you know, kind of coming to the next point of aligning with the MAG Strategic Transportation Safety Plan and the safe system approach, where you know we're trying to really align our safety programs with safe system. And one of the principles of safe system is that safety is proactive. And so you can see that there's an opportunity for projects like that to compete with others, even if they may not have a benefit cost ratio. So along with these other elements. So are there any questions on the quantitative elements and how that's done? If not, we can go on to the qualitative again. And I'd be happy, I took some examples and I went through this maybe too quickly earlier, but I'd be happy to take any questions on this, on the qualitative elements. And these were the questions that were asked of the evaluator to assess from the applications. So I'd be happy to take any questions on this at this time. Okay, and if not, just to kind of wrap it up, Mohammed, if you could go to the next slide. Again, here's the, there's 2 scores that are being combined here for the final score. So it's those quantitative elements, the sum of those weighted separately at 12.5. And then your scores, your evaluation scores, the sum of those from each one of those average for each of the 5 elements weighted separately of 5%. That will combine for the final score and the rank. So unless there's any further questions, if we could have those of you who are attending virtually send it to the RSP at azmag.gov, and we can finish adding the scores into the prioritization tool.
And Margaret, 10 minutes, so 1:40, does that sound good?
Yes, sir, 1:40, Mr. Chair, that would be great to come back, and we'll hear item number 4, and then hopefully we'll get the okay from Mohammed that he's ready to show us the prioritization tool and rankings.
10:04, thank you.
Yes, I'm gonna run it. Yeah. How's it going?
Which a good time too, is just inflationary. Yeah, I was like going as fast as I could. Nice early. And you have the laptop technical, whatever. Sorry. That's what I know. That was great. That's like good to go before. All right. Yeah, it's okay. And you also just see my back. We're fine. We're using because it has to be. But yeah, so what I'll do. More time. Put in our pretty cool stuff. This is yeah, we are. Yeah. I know. It might push back. You're just stuck in the middle of that. I just think yeah. So yeah, you should be. This is crazy stuff. Yeah. It's probably on Facebook. Yeah. I appreciate you passing that. There are like 14 in the nation, 12 of them.
Mr. Chair, just checking in at 1 minute.
Within half a minute, folks, find your chairs.
Mr. Chair, I have 140.
All right, we're getting people in their chairs as we speak here, Margaret. So.
All right.
All right, I think we're ready to go, Margaret.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have somebody staffing the presentation at the desk?
I think Mike volunteered himself.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee. Next slide, please.
All right, we're waiting for Mike to catch up here. Yeah, we saw the mouse. We're trying, Margaret, but I'm not sure if we're going to
So
succeed.
for those of you who have not been involved with committee very long, 2 years ago, we brought Mike Kuzel on. He is a human factors expert. He is a MAG associate, a MAG safety program associate, which is just kind of a fancy way of saying he works part-time for us. We brought him on mainly because of his expertise in human factors. He's been helping us on road safety assessments since the inception of the RSA program at MAG. But apparently he is a little lagging on his computer skills, even though he is a human factors expert.
Part-time, so we'll give him credit.
Margaret, it's just not advancing the slides here for you. I'm not sure, or like.
So if you want to go back, Mike.
I know. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's. No.
There we go.
Okay.
Don't happen.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, Margaret, looks like you're up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee. I've got a couple of items here to update you on. Next slide, please. Here we go. So an update on the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and I understand that Kerry Wilcoxon was not able to join us today. I don't know if he was able to join since we've started again, but the schedule was pushed back a little bit for HSIP. We did receive and coordinate 8 applications with ADOT from 5 MAG member agencies. The total requested just from the MAG region, I want to point out, this is a statewide competition, but from the MAG region for fiscal year 2025 and 2026 respectively, we received about $1.4 million in 2025 and nearly $18 million in 2026. And so for the total allocation from ADOT for the statewide competition for 2025 is 24 million, and for 2026 is 35 million. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we started coordinating the call for projects with ADOT on March 3rd. We went through the summer months, getting applications and coordinating them with ADOT for a pre-review that's required through the HSIP program. Fast forward to the dates here that you see with the big arrows are the ones that have kind of changed here. We are due to have the ADOT HSIP Safety Committee review the recommended projects for the entire state. That meeting is going to be held December 8th. There is a consortium of COG and MPOs. My counterparts, myself and my counterparts at other COGs and MPOs make up this HSIP Safety Committee to review those projects. From there, we should get a final list from ADOT, and then that will come to the Safety Committee for recommendation of MAG region projects into the TIP, to the Safety Committee on January 24th. And then it will go to the Transportation Review Committee in January as well, and then MAG policy committees for approval in the TIP in February. Next slide, please. The next item is your 2023 Transportation Safety Committee calendar. Again, those of you who may not be as familiar with the committee, we meet the fourth Tuesday of every odd numbered month. The only exception to that is sometimes when the fourth Tuesday falls in the Thanksgiving week and we move it up a week, as what happened this year. So next year it actually is the fourth Tuesday of November. So, and I wanted to give you a heads up as well. Be looking at in your inboxes, you'll be receiving a save the date from Linda Priano, our admin staff, to get these meeting dates on your calendars. So I think with that, I didn't have any other items to update you on. There are a couple of kind of exciting things kind of coming up. I don't know if we've heard from Mohammed yet on where he's at with those, with the prioritization tool. Mike or Mr. Chair, have you heard anything from Mohammed at this time?
No, not yet.
Okay. So a couple things.
Hey, Margaret, this is Carl. Sorry, I have a question just on the HSIP application. One thing to note, especially as it gets presented to other MAG committee groups, to make sure you mentioned that the funding is statewide funding in those groups. We did end up getting some questions from our leadership saying, hey, how come MAG isn't putting forth for the whole 35 million that's available in HSIP? And we had to explain statewide.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and that was spelled out in the summary transmittals for the policy committees. So, but we will make sure that when it moves through, and remember too that the presentations themselves do not go through the policy committees. What they'll be taking action on is to put them into the tip. So, but you make a very good point. Thank you, Carl. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we do have a couple of things. A lot of you, and I wanted to thank those of you who participated again in our input sessions that we held through the summer months, really about 5 months, for the Regional Priority Safety Implementation Toolkit, the RP-SIT is what we're calling it. And we put the RFP out on the street, and that the proposals for those are due tomorrow. So be looking forward to getting some good proposals on development of that tool. The other RFP that we have out right now is for the Predictive Safety Implementation Project. They're closing on the same day. So again, we're looking forward to getting some good proposals on that. I wanted to thank those of you who have volunteered to be on evaluation teams, and look forward to working on these projects moving forward. The Safety Committee provides oversight to these programs that we administer at MAG. And so you'll be getting, once work gets started, we have a contract, or we have a consultant firm under contract for each one of those. You'll be getting regular updates on those projects during Safety Committee meetings in the future. So, and with that, kind of concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, Margaret. Guess we're still waiting for Mohammed here, but I guess we could take a in-chair break here while we wait.
I'd be happy to take any questions on the RSP process, if there were any.
Aaron Gilbert, Margaret, a quick question for you. Is this the final year, or is there going to be additional years with the RSP grant?
We were slated for 5 years, so this is the final year. We are still waiting, of course, to see what's going to happen with the Prop 400 extension. So stay tuned for that. We're hoping to, extend this into future years, but for right now, yes, this is the final year for funding of this program.
Margaret, this is Tony. If we do get the Prop 400 extension, given the the popularity of this program and given all the applications we got this year, any chance we can increase that cap on the amount of funding that's available?
Tony, Mr. Chair, Tony, that's a good question. That's what we're hoping to do, but until we know for sure, I'm not quite sure what I can't really give you a definitive answer on what that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Margaret, this is Sam. I'm just curious, when you think Prop 400 will get approved? I'm just not too aware of that process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, I think do we have Patrick Stone in the room?
Yes, he is. He's walking up here.
He might be a better person to speak to that.
Thank you, Patrick. So I think the question was when we might know the fate of the extension of Prop 400. Yeah, we don't know that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of pieces in motion right now. If you watch the presentations at the policy committee, this gets discussed every single policy committee. There are always questions. Hey, is there still a path forward with the special session? Perhaps, what happens with what we've seen with the election, which we're still waiting to find out because some of the races aren't decided. So I think they're actively working on the quickest path forward for the extension, but I don't think we have a path forward yet that just says definitively this is what we're going to do.
Follow up, is it going to be brought to like a voting for the general public or?
Well, so for those that don't know, it's a two-part process. So the first part with enabling legislation is just allowing the county to call the ballot measure and to put it on the ballot and to actually have it voted. So the first step is the approval of enabling legislation. That's the part that's being held up. Once that got done, yes, they would then call a question for the voters to come and actually decide, do we want to extend Prop 400 or not? And I think to the earlier question from Tony and others have asked about it, this is the last year of RSP, but if you look at the investment plan for the extension, for the new RTP and ultimately the extension of Prop 400, you do see a lot of dollars allocated towards safety. But the one thing we can't really get started on is, what do we do? How do we do this? So that was what I hope to be working on right now was going to be, hey, all those new programs, how do we get them implemented? So just stay tuned.
Sorry, one more follow-up.
Sure.
Are there other programs that are going to be put on hold until it gets approved? Or
boy, that's a great question. So no, you guys asked a tough question. So if you look at the investment plan, you really saw kind of a recalibration of how programs were funded. You saw some programs shifting out of just strictly federal funding into more of a federal regional blend. I think one thing we've recognized, and you see it with this program as well, small dollar projects don't make sense to federalize. There's a certain dollar amount you have to come in the door to federalize a project. So I think the thought was invest our discrete federal dollars into other bigger programs. That's what the investment plan shows. So hopefully that's where we can go with this, but it's all based on having that dedicated sales tax. Because absent the extension, we do have federal funding in the region. That didn't go away. That's part of the IIJA. It's part of what MAG gets. So we do have those funds, but federal funds are somewhat more limited in what you can and cannot do with them. Any other questions about stuff while I'm sitting here? As a reminder, though, for members of the safety committee that are here, we are doing closeout funding right now. I think most agencies have probably heard from me. So if you do have closeout funding requests for this year, those requests are due to myself by 10 o'clock on Friday. So I think I've heard from most agents, all the agencies that need to get their stuff in. But if you do have something or you have questions, please let me know. Sorry, I'm just trying to kill time here.
Thank you, Patrick.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're still waiting, Margaret. So
Okay, so why don't we take another 10-minute break, come back at 2:05? No. Like 2:10?
yeah, Margaret, there's a recommendation of just doing member reports.
Sure.
Right now, so that would be reports to the committee members, which would be item 6 on the agenda. So
That's a great idea.
Yes, I don't know if we have the roll call to go through the list, but
I could probably do that. I've been keeping track on my end, Mr. Chair, so I could certainly do that.
Yeah, if we miss anybody, we could just ask it at the
Okay.
end. Go ahead, Margaret.
That would start with you, Mr. Chair.
I don't think I have a report. Thank you.
Okay. Raj Tatum from Avondale.
Here, same here.
Do you have a report from Avondale on safety initiatives?
No.
Okay. John Willett, Buckeye.
The only report I have to mention is just a reminder, if you're going west anytime soon, I-10 still under construction. So plan on an extra 20, 30 minutes to get to Gila Bend, San Diego, or LA. So that's it.
Thank you, John. How about Raymond from Chandler?
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you, Raymond. Nick Russo, El Mirage.
Thank you, Margaret. Nothing to report at this time.
All right, thank you. And I understand Chris Salas from Florence. I don't think he was able to join us today. Aaron Pinkerton from Gilbert.
More of a question, but kind of coupled. We've been looking at, since our RFBs and our Heritage District, people do not stop at them very often. I heard rumors of some city that was doing a solar hawk. So it actually wasn't a true one across the top, but on the sides. I was curious if that rings a bell with anyone here. Joe Wise with, what is the solar? That's who does our solar mentioned someone was doing it or done at least. And it has an interim approval through MUTCD.
Solar.
This is Carl with City of Phoenix. Tucson has a solar hawk that they have implemented. I think they have more than one. I'm trying to think of a name down in Tucson. And I'm drawing a blank now.
Okay. That
Yes,
helps.
Tucson has some.
Do you know if they go across the road or is it just on the two sides then?
We did actually see one recently down in Tucson. It was one on each side. It did have a small mast arm, so it was for a fairly small, kind of like a major collector maybe for Tucson that it crossed. So it did have two small mast arms. It was, it did have an overhead arm, but just with, I think, one light over the roadway, might have been two, I can't recall. But the two were solar independently. They had communication, but they each had their own solar power, their own batteries, items of that. They also powered the pedestrian light, which was the bigger draw for some of the solar stuff.
Thank you. Says I don't have anything else for Gilbert.
Okay, thanks, thanks, Aaron. Tony Ebo, report from Glendale.
None.
Okay, Matthew Reed, report from Goodyear.
Nothing from me at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Keith Drunowski, Litchfield Park report.
Thank you, Margaret. Nothing new for the city of Litchfield.
All right, thank you. Carrie Osborne, report for City of Maricopa.
Thank you, Margaret. Nothing to report, Al.
Okay, Mazin Muradovic, Maricopa County report.
Nothing from Maricopa County at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't believe Ryan Hudson was able to join us today, and Chris Lemke for Brandon Forey, report from Peoria.
Yes, I have a very lengthy report to share with the committee. No. I do have one. Our 75th Avenue and Thunderbird RSP project is under construction right now. We should be done with it. So that was median modifications, pulling back the bullnose and medians, that type of stuff. Should be done in the next 4 to 6 weeks. And so that would be our third RSP project that we applied for. 2 are already completed. This one will be done in 6 weeks. So very good program. Peoria is very excited about it. And hopefully the rankings will show that in a little bit. So that's all I got, Margaret.
Thanks, Chris. Carl Langford, a report from Phoenix.
Good afternoon now, members of the committee and chair. Yes, for City of Phoenix, we do want to report we've installed several hawks the last couple of weeks that we've been able to do. We're actively trying to do a lot of that. I was trying to verify the number and I can't verify it, but I believe it was numbers 83 and 84 here at the city. So we have had quite a few recently, and that's great to see those going in and happening. Another item to report, as many as you know, we did pass our road safety action plan through city council here recently. I can't recall if that was just before the last meeting that we met with or not. And so with that, we did get some additional funding. We're seeking now additional grant funding as well, and currently trying to figure out how to spend funding that we're getting, and which is good and bad in the same time, because it's a lot of work. So, but wanted to pass along that's a good item that we did get our road safety action plan passed.
Great, thanks, Carl. Tara Harmon from Pinal County. Jan Martin, Queen Creek report.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Taylor, do you have a report for Scottsdale?
Yeah, just a couple things. We recently completed construction on a new single lane roundabout at 76th Place in Redfield, up near the Scottsdale Airport. And we also have been working pretty hard to get the roads cleared out for the main part of our event season in February. So there's a lot of construction going on throughout the city, but hopefully a lot of it will be wrapping up around that time.
Great, thanks, Sam. Mark Dorsey for Dana Oceania, a report for Surprise.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Volleson, a report from Tempe.
No reports from Tempe this time.
All right. Frank Sotil, do you have a report for Valley Metro? All right. And did I miss anybody? Either online or in person? Nope. That concludes item number 7, Mr. Chair.
Number 6 or 7.
6.
6 concludes the reports. Thank you, Margaret. And Tony, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted, Margaret, I did forget, and we're city of Peoria, and I didn't want to steal their thunder, but we are working with them on looking at some safety issues along the frontage road on Loop 101 and Beardsley. So City of Peoria was gracious enough to fund the project, but we are working with them. And if there are any recommendations that come out of their study, we'll definitely be looking at jointly putting in an application in the near future. So.
Sounds good, Tony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Now we officially close item 6, the report committee members. I don't see Mohammed here yet, Margaret, so I'm not sure if we want to take that little break right now.
Yeah, we could do that. Why don't we come back at 220?
220, sounds good. Thank you, Margaret.
Mr. Chair, I have an update. Mr. Chair, I have an update from Mohammed.
We're still waiting.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can barely hear you over everyone talking.
Okay. Is Shane in the room?
Margaret, Shane here, back in the saddle here.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know I heard from Mohammed and they're gonna need till 2:30. We received quite a few in email, so
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, 2:30, yeah. I was upstairs gathering intel for that decision. So, yeah, apparently there were about 7 people sent in, emailed in some changes. So those are being inputted. All right, we're all used to waiting for hold. Yes. That took me a minute, but you're good. You're good. That was. Well, you know, that's just a crazy. You know, it was a very interesting, unfortunate situation. Given one of the candidates was so campaigning on the platform of people don't know me like this whole voter conspiracy thing, and then it, you know, we in Arizona seem to have a problem coming to us. I know. Like it is a whole mess of a situation. You know, it would give the appearance that we're not all together here in Arizona.
I just want to know like how. You know what? I've gone through a lot of books on it's good. This is my I was going to say try to make it. No, it's killing me. So I
actually went on Thursday and Friday last week. My outlook has Thursday. And I'm like, I keep hitting refresh on my phone. So once I get back, I'm gonna have hundreds of emails. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Our rights person said she thought they might be the person to do it, but I don't get any notice. I don't get an error. I just have the last email from I was today for 15. I'm like, I tried that. I went by there. And being a small town, so I have to call this company about that. And, you know, they said, well, we'll schedule for Thursday. Okay. Yeah, but, well, they're doing that, I'm not responding. No, I do.
They're actually displayed on some of the computer. As Margaret was saying, I am a human factor, nowhere near. So I work. I do the majority of work I do is Starbucks. So we don't have much house in the West. So I do a lot of. In fact, I've actually, like a lot of the places around here, we were talking about some improvements or whatever. I know backstories and crashes that occurred there because I was hired to do that soon. And so, but when they started to mine, so we do rotate more. Right on this consideration, and then he gave my name as a person. So then I got involved the very first one, actually, Margaret, very first, say, she worked with me. And so over the years, I've done, I don't know, like hundreds of RSAs with tribal nations, and so I kind of become a little bit of RSA. And then a couple years ago, Mark and I got talking about original support. We decided can't really bring me in because I'm going to say I'm a subcontractor. So we worked I decided my salvation going because I don't lose so now whatever she needs my like I was on it, I sat through all the interviews a lot of that is just more yes, with regard to how do we address the more procedural issues, how do we get safety incorporated in the process? It's really behavioral I am a superior role I understand. Well, you know, nothing moves as far as civil how hard is it? So, more on the expertise. Yes, I've done, I still, yes, I've done. I'm involved in a lot of like head related, like over the years, I've done like projects. I am a. So a lot of those areas. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but no, hey, I would have one as well. I had one that no more. I don't actually, you know, I believe that most of the products writing like actually you know, because when you boil down to some of these crashes, I think that whole 92% drivers, you know, it's on the things that they do. I say they make themselves vulnerable to collision. Those little choices that you make that set you up for that crash. Yeah. Yes, yeah. I mean, you know, we like to think about trying to solve it some sort of Newtonian Cartesian way. Everything's straight line. It's not. It's all these many little choices that interweave that come into play in this moment.
Almost like we everybody's related.
Oh yeah, 6 degrees of separation. Yes, yes,
and somehow
absolutely. Yeah, you know, so what kind of books you read?
Oh, lately it's been so I'm from Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So sure, we used to cut school. So there's this female who always does her story, which I visited. Yeah. And legit places which I love. Yeah. Just like I'm a Patterson.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So and he does when he talks about it. He talks about establishing this. And I know.
Yeah, sure.
He does. You know, it's not. It's not fiction. Right. Same deal.
Okay.
And she's got a slew of books just like that.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of getting through
Is
that.
it a series or are they like Patterson's are also one-off? They're not like
she does have like a winter series, Winter in Paradise, and there's like 4 books I haven't even started. But she had this one book about 2 sisters called the Identicals, and they were twins, but they were very similar. And then as you're reading it, she's talking about Nantucket and Martha, how identical. So it's like the sisters were like the 2 islands. And I, you know, again, I summer. Okay. So, matter of fact, just a couple weeks ago, I went to the beach because I was missing my ocean. I actually which I told my wife when I retire, I just want to sit on a porch, watch the waves roll, and I'll use my ocean every day. Get home tonight. Drive 5 hours. I told my wife for a couple of years. Yeah. So are you?
I'm just as an engineer. So they need my work. I do the analysis and
it's just your educator opinion. It's not.
I've been doing it for 4.5 years now, and so there's a lot of experience.
Sure. We used to do it twice.
Yes, exactly. But that's how it was in the early days. Now I actually. I see a lot of stuff. I am a pretty, I guess, fair person. I don't just. Just trying to smoke. I mean, like, I would tell people how people feel. So not my money. I have no point. Because I am just now trying to think of plans. I don't know, I just done right. No, you know what, I'll send, I'll look at the email I sent. You've been interested.
Mr. Chair, I'm checking in for a 5-minute warning. Mr. Chair? I think the room might be muted, Shane. Mr. Chair, I think the room is muted.
Go ahead.
I can hear you now.
Margaret?
Yeah, he's almost on, he's on his way down.
Okay. Do you think we need another roll call? Just to make sure we got quorum here?
Yeah, but let's wait until, well, I guess we could go ahead and do that now. Can those of you, yes, because we need to make sure that, I'll go ahead and go through the list.
Okay.
Shane Kiso?
I'm here.
All right. Raj Dowdum?
I'm here.
John Willett?
Still here and smiling.
Raymond Hong?
I'm here.
Nick Russo?
I'm present.
Chris Solis? Aaron Pinkerton?
Here.
Tony Ebo?
Present.
Matthew Reed?
Present.
Keith Drunowski?
Present.
Carrie Osborne?
Present.
Mazen Muradovich?
Present.
Chris Lemke for Brandon Forey? Chris Lemke for Brandon Forey?
Present.
Carl Langford?
Here.
Tara Harmon? Jan Martin?
Here.
Sam Taylor?
Present.
Mark Dorsey for Dana Ossiani, surprise?
Present.
Ellie Volleson?
Present.
Frank Sotil from for Adrian Ruiz, Valley Metro? No Frank? Okay. We do still have quorum, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Margaret.
Let's see. I do have some next steps that I could potentially go through here.
Go ahead, Margaret.
This is a slide further down the way, but while we're still waiting for Muhammad, I could certainly go through these. So today we have a potential for an action for the Transportation Safety Committee to recommend the list of projects that will be shown here as prioritized. That would go to the Transportation Review Committee in December. And then the Policy Committees, MAG Management Committee, and Regional Council in January. So at that point, once it is approved by Regional Council, we do project initiation and we send out the tip listings and start initiating the joint agency agreements for the projects that are funded. So those are kind of our next steps after today. And I see Mohammed is back.
Yes, Mohammed is back, but just a housekeeping thing, just a reminder as we go into vote on this, only voting members of the committee are to be up at the table here. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here. And if we're ready, Mohammed, I'll let you go.
Mr. Chair, one more thing. Is Patrick Stone back in the room?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, member of the Transportation Committee. I apologize for the delay as we had to input quite a few data for the prioritization. So after inputting the revised data from the committee members and getting some new evaluation score from some of the committee members, this is where we stand. So as you can see, top ranked project, let me just zoom in it a little bit. So based on the quantitative rank and qualitative rank and a combined score, we can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects which were actually within our funding threshold. We had a funding limit of, as you can see, 2.13 million. So the funding came down to 2.05 million, as you can see here. So yeah, each of the projects, as you can see, the type of work, let me just see a little bit. So I think there might be, okay, there you go. Okay, yeah. Now you can see, so which project that basically are within our funding threshold. So the first one, basically 43rd Avenue and Lamar, City of Phoenix. Second one, as you can see, the 53rd Avenue and Camelback Road, City of Glendale. Third one is 58th Avenue, Bethany Home Road, City of Glendale. Fourth one, as you can see, Vineyard Avenue, Estrella Parkway, to 143rd Avenue, that's City of Goodyear. And the final one that's within our funding threshold is the Carefree one, Tom Darlington Drive, from Cave Creek to Wampum Way for pedestrian improvement. With that, if you have any comments or questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Any questions for Mohammed with that?
I have just a quick comment, if I may. This is Mazen. Would it be feasible to add a column to show the jurisdiction of these locations? I know you mentioned them, but so that we know which one belongs to what, please.
Sure, Mazen, that's a good question. So we have, this is the final sheet that we are showing. So we have another sheet where we have the agency, but yes, we can definitely show the agencies, by adding another column.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may, to Mazen's point, what you're seeing here will have the agency name as it moves forward through the committee process. So when TRC gets it, it will have the agency name. So yes, Mazen, thank you for that.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
Mohammed, are you gonna send this out to the committee members after the meeting? Are you going to send this out to the committee members after the meeting?
So Margaret, you may chime in. Sam's question was like, are we going to be sending this to the committee members after the meeting?
We'll be sending the final, we can send the final list as it goes to TRC.
All right, I'm just letting everybody review that if they have any other discussion or comments. I guess personally, some do not surprise me, but there's a couple on there that I actually like that they did rate that high. So I know we've made some advancements with our scoring, with our rubric and how to score, and I think it's showing evidence of being better and success with that. All right, any last discussion before we look for a motion for recommending of approval of the funded list?
Yes, Mr. Chair and member of the Transportation Committee, that's what I was supposed to say. So yeah, I'm scrolling down to show you the rankings of the other project now. Mr. Chair and member of the Transportation Committee, as you know, we had a total of 28 projects. So the ranking you are seeing here are basically from 1 to 28.
All right, a lot of worthy projects there. So again, if there's any just final discussion by committee members, if not, I would definitely take a motion at this time for anybody for approval of this generated list off the scores and presentations here today.
Chair, I motion that we approve the list as presented. On the
Thank you, Chris. That's, is there a second for John? Right.
This is Sam. I'll second that.
All right, got a second and a third. So we got a motion and a second from Chris and from John. So we'll get a voice vote for those here in the room. So those in the room, if you are in favor, please say aye. Those in opposition say nay. And if you're abstained, please recognize so. So at this time in the room, if you are in favor, say aye.
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 Those that say no. Any abstentions? And Margaret. Okay, we'll go to Margaret, I guess, to do the virtual roll call for votes for the virtual people. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Transportation Safety Committee. For those of you attending virtually, please unmute when I call your name and state your vote. Nick Russo,
Aye.
Matthew Reed,
Aye.
Keith Drenaski,
Aye.
Carrie Osborne,
Aye.
Mazen Maradovich,
Aye.
Carl Langford,
Aye.
Jan Martin.
Aye.
That is all I'm showing virtually. Have I missed anybody?
Margaret, Mazen Muradovich from Maricopa County.
I got Mazen.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for that. Both discussion as well, again, presentations here today. It's been for a long day, a lot of worthy projects, and we've talked about the RSP and the fate of the RSP with hopefully, you can see it's a very popular program, so I think we will hope that they may continue in the future. So we'll move on to, I think it's item 7 on the agenda. We did item 6 already. And that is the request for future agenda items. There is no 7 there. All right, we don't have the slide, but at this point, if there's anybody in the member of the Transportation Safety Committee that has any topic of any issue of interest that you would like to have considered at the discussion at a future meeting, please say so now. Don't hear any, but if you do, and if you think of anything for the future agenda items, feel free to email myself or Margaret and consider that for a future agenda item. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is 8 or 10 on the slides. Next meeting date and place. The next meeting of the Transportation Safety Committee will be held at 10 a.m., which is the usual time on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Attendance in person is encouraged in the MAG in the same room. Virtual options will be available. So I guess we'll go ahead and adjourn at this time. And what time is it here? About 2:50 p.m. Thank you again, everybody. Drive safely on your way out of here. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Drive safe. Happy New Year.